Brian's coming over soon.
Okay.
Better with you from this? I think he's gonna be out for a while. I'm pretty sure he went to bed pretty late.
He went to the bathroom like right after I showered.
Oh, really?
Did you think he went back to sleep after that?
He said he was gonna like stay up he was gonna stay up late and play poker.
Okay.
I don't know if he actually did that. He went to bed not too long after you did.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't have any problem with us waking him up.
I'll go do that then.
Okay. I'm so sleepy, boy. You ready to hike?
What's that?
So you ready to hike?
Right now?
Man. Once we all get some food.
Like soonish.
I watched Netflix.
He's like, I won some poker and I'm watching Netflix. Well, wake him up.
feel like that rest drink you got, like, made you pretty tired.
Yeah, that's how much I drank of it before. I felt really tired. Not like half of it. I don't know if it's just whatchamacallit, placebo effect or not, but or I was just beat because they're like, what, you know, busy day or whatever. But.
Yeah.
Do you want any eggs or not?
If you throw in like one extra,
Sure.
I'll like that. Do you want any burnt frozen vegetables and cod?
I'm alright.
Dad had boots 11 and a half, and I forgot them at my house, but I can go grab them.
Okay.
We can just, or we can stop at my house on the way.
We can do that.
Well, not on the way, but. Ha! There's someone in your kitchen.
There's the soul.
Take a hit of this one. This is one when I was collecting all the teas, it was a bag that had a hole in it, and this is the one I wanted the most, but it fell at the bottom. Okay, never mind. It's glued closed. I always glue them closed just for freshness, you know.
That smells incredible.
You want to make a pot?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Cool. Let's get water on first. Huh?
He was like, I'll get up and make me eggs. I got you. There's a new, there's a children's hospital spinoff coming to Netflix.
Yeah, I saw
Did you
that.
see that? See the trailer?
No, I don't watch it.
In the trailer, they're just like, yeah, we're doctor cops, we're doctor cops, we're doctor cops. Like 3 different clips, and then it cuts out to medical police. Yeah, of course it will. It's like the exact same cast, exact same writers. How could it not be amazing?
Oh, also remember how we were talking about the smoked oysters, Michael?
Mm-hmm.
I actually found my tin of smoked oysters if you want to try them today.
Dude, that's crazy. didn't tell you this at the time, but I too had a can of smoked oysters that sat around for a long time because I was scared to try them, and I eventually gave them away. So I would try them if you tried it at the
Word.
same time.
Okay, then yeah, I've been waiting to. Oh yeah. And I also found a thing of smoked baby clams. I'm gonna do that one too while I'm at it. But the funny thing too is that shellfish has always been among my favorite foods. Like seafood in general, really, but especially shellfish. I've almost never had one I didn't like. So I don't know why I'm so hesitant on this one. Actually, I do know. It's because it's in a can. That's why.
The thing about it is that the longer you don't eat it, the scarier it gets because you're like, what's going on in the can? Like,
Yeah.
every day.
Yeah, this is me climbing down from the high diving board at the pool. Something I did do once. Isn't that funny? I have the call to the void, but I still don't like being, like, even when I can jump, it's like, still, I don't like it.
That's probably good.
Well, but I like skydiving, I like roller coasters, I like things like that. I just don't, I need a harness. If I have a harness, I'm cool.
Yeah.
Railings just don't feel good enough for me.
Like that sketchy bridge on Monday.
What was Monday? I don't know what days are.
With the hike, with like, there's only one
Oh,
sided
yeah,
bridge.
see, right, like that definitely not ideal. I mean, it's fun, it feels cool. I like standing against it, but that was one of the first, like, I remember the moment when I was in my car and I was listening to Radio Lab and somebody brought up what Call to the Void was, and I was like, that's what I am? Like, that's a thing?
Dude, I was so relieved when I found out about that too.
I know, I thought it was just me. I thought it was just a crazy person.
Dude, I literally thought I had like mental issues.
Yeah, I was like afraid. I was like, I don't want to go places.
Yeah, no, it's pretty amazing.
You know, I haven't listened to a Radio Lab episode in years. The newer ones, like, I don't know what happened, but like, I got really like disillusioned with it. I really should give it a chance again. It's like my favorite show. It was the only
That was the only
one.
show you were listening to.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
That was it. Yeah, I gotta
You
get
even
back.
had the T-shirt.
But now it's like too short form. Like the fact that the stories are like 40 minutes or something. It's like not. If it was like 2 hours, I'd be cool with that. But
Plus, you had 20.
yeah, and it just doesn't. Well, the thing when it's like a shorter thing like that, I always just find myself having, like just wanting more, just being like, didn't like when did you finish? Like, yeah.
Right, let me get into the
Sorry.
thing here.
What's up, Ethan? Go.
Sorry if I'm just kidding.
Yeah, try one of these.
Thank you.
They're from Trader Joe's. I tell you that because you're gonna really like them and want to buy a bunch.
It's just really good.
They're actually like they're only 10 grams of carbs per bar, so I can actually eat those too.
Oh, that's
If
cool.
I get those,
Oh yeah.
they're actually pretty good.
It's like a bunch of nut butter and stuff.
I think it's just like date paste and like granola and nuts and stuff. It tastes like cinnamon and dates, basically.
What up? Yeah. I think it is.
Do you see that as a weak fruit?
I'm not sure what. Oh, yeah. Do you see the name of it?
West.
No, it's the top.
I mean, that's a very famous.
I know
brand,
it is.
but- So Michael, my dad, by the way, has boots that are 11 and a half. They're not like, they're even like lower than this. They're just waterproof and like regular low top. I don't know if that's. He said that they're really, really super hard. So right now they're at my house sitting next to a heater just to warm up. But he said like you walk for a little bit and they warm up. So I don't know if you.
Yeah,
And
sure.
Ethan has boots, right? I mean, so I'm wearing them.
Cool.
in the city, so.
I'll probably try Simon's 10s too, if he's okay with that.
Okay.
I'm worried 11.5 might be a little big, but
Yeah.
I would definitely be willing to do it.
I feel like smaller's better. I'd rather have it be tight than have my foot stomping around.
Yeah, I feel that.
Simon, were you saying yesterday that like it was setting in how weird it is that like they're here and that we started watching them and all that? It just set in to me last night or this morning. I was like, wait, this is really weird. Like, it's cool though. I like it. Oh, I'm so excited for this tea.
I'm just gonna wear these, like the old shitty ones.
As long, I mean, your feet will get cold, but yeah.
And then someone can eat my boots.
My feet get cold even on like, I got so start doing this a little bit worse. Is your hat in my car?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so. I throw it in the dryer every time I try going to the bar.
We got a new game of the thing.
Is it fun?
Really, really fun.
Did you guys try the Matrix game? I think they would think that was it. Oh, you guys. I bet Michael will beat the game in 30 minutes.
Last night I figured out how to get audio to work.
Oh, did you figure it out?
Yeah.
What was the problem?
When you restart the system, just take it out and then plug it in. Yeah. Plug it in like.
It's so fun. It's like, I've had so many problems with like audio stuff when we've been recording, and like I'll try every single thing, I'll reach this and do that, and I plug it, like unplug and plug back in, and then I'll smell it, like, wait, what'd you do? It's working, it's working. Like, I didn't do anything, like, I just spent 30 minutes trying to fix shit, and the only thing that worked was doing nothing. Feels like that's always goes like that. You working on the newsletter?
It's not that cold today, right?
I don't think so. Let's see. No, it's nice. It's warmer. Ooh, Monday 51 high. Ooh.
What's the high today?
43. But yesterday it was like, yesterday and the day before was all like 30 or 20. So. And it's, the sun's like blazing. So I thought it was nice.
I played poker with a little kid. This little kid was in this lobby, but there was this cool guy sitting across from me. We had mics. And the little kid kept like, he was like, look at this mate. And I was like, kid, put your chips in.
Wait,
the
you
other
can
guy.
see your bait?
No, there was like a babe in this poker thing.
What?
It was like just a prop.
That's fucking crazy. Wow.
But he was like, look at the bait, and then he would keep like putting it in my mouth. He'd be like, I can make you smoke too. And then he would have like nothing in his hand, and he would bet all of his money.
Yeah.
And at first I was trying to teach him how to play poker, but that I just took all his money. He bought in like 3 or 4 more times, and every time I would just take all his money.
Do you have to actually buy in? Or?
That was real money.
Oh, wait, oh. There's
Well,
no
it sounds like you can do it, right? feel like Nicole thinks that something will happen to their unborn baby. Honestly.
Something will happen to their unborn baby.
Yeah, dude, I don't get it either. I'm saying that.
Think she's pregnant?
I'm saying that. I mean, they have prenatal vitamins now, but the point is, like, I can't imagine if. Oh, you weren't there when that was what the whole prenatal vitamins was about. Yeah, prenatals. Yeah, you gotta take prenatals for about 5 years before you start taking the prenatals before you get pregnant. Well, my first friend's wife was a kid, and obviously he has to keep following her now. He just works a lot and he travels, okay, Robbie? Didn't mean it's not a value judgment. What? Well, now I'm yelling out enough.
I'm going to get a charge on this bad boy.
Here.
What are these?
Nicotine pills.
Is this for when you're going?
It's for when you need to exercise yourself.
Chris is in town tonight.
Kirk?
Yeah,
No way.
yeah.
Tonight or like?
Tonight.
Hell yeah. Chris would have. Yeah, that'd be dope.
We have to go.
I haven't seen Chris in like at least a year, right?
Well, he only texted me, you, and Austin, so. I mean, Andy too, but Andy left this morning.
I didn't get a text.
You were like a day, I guess.
Very cool mountain boy. He looks like Tarzan and he acts like Tarzan, basically. I basically have to be in the car on the way back. I'd be comfortable if I was doing that venture. Like because I don't know, because if it was like 3:30, I'd still have time to be tight in traffic, you know. Right. So
Yeah.
I mean, if we can get there by noon and walk around for like 3 hours, like this is funny.
Yeah.
We can get where by? Where? What time?
asking if you have chasing something. Alex. Sorry, this is Alex, not Tom. It says, hey Tom, and it's from Daniel.
Who's Alex?
And then he says, sorry, this is Alex, not Tom. But he's not saying his name is Tom, he's saying I'm Tom.
Who's Alex?
I don't know.
This is like the Pablo text all over again.
I didn't even respond because it was just nonsense.
Just say, do what I did.
I'm gonna take one of those caffeine pills.
Do you want? Do you have any interest? I mean, we're stopping at my house anyway. I have Pearl Digital. I don't know if that's of interest to you.
What the heck is that?
The Daffodil. It's basically what they give like narcoleptics and like fighter pilots to make you not sleep. So it's not amphetamine, but it's kind of like amphetamine. So it's not like euphoric or nice, but it will last like 12 hours and it's just the wonderful.
What's the active ingredient?
It's not going to be something you've heard of.
Is it choline?
Choline? That's like a bite. It's like cauliflower pie.
Yeah, but like, maybe like a bunch of choline and then covered the.
No, it's not something you're it's the real drug. Schedule 4.
Is it legal?
The good ones are.
Is it the energy?
Yeah, but it's not like, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like, it doesn't like feel good necessarily. Like it's not like Adderall where it like starts to feel euphoric and like.
What's it called again?
Pearl Digital or Daffodil. Daffodil is used to treat excessive sleepiness caused by sleep apnea, narcolepsy, or shift work disorder. Never share modafinil with another person.
Why is that? Why does it never share with another person? You can hate yourself if you don't.
I have other weird stuff too. I don't know. If you want to look at 4FMPH, you might want that too. That's probably the better one. 4FMPH is really chemically similar to that one's a research chemical though. The modafinil comes out of like a pouch. Or like out of like a book thing that says modafinil on it. This one's like a little different. I mean, I've taken it a bunch of times. It's real. It's just. This should. Your dad have. Would have been nice to know that we had this. Yeah, I think this is better than what I had.
Of course, here's the cool thing. I told Chris what was going on, whatever his review was. He says, that's so intense. I'm so down right now. Because he's the cool one.
Because there's nothing, yeah, he's the only one that's not a paranoid freaking weirdo.
Is this like a black market Adderall that's not regulated because it's a research chemical?
Yes. Provigil is not.
It's
For
methylphenidate. It's just bound to fluoride?
I believe it's fluorinated, yeah. It's nice. I like it.
We're doing some tea.
You're offering me 4FMPH. My answer is yes.
You're more than welcome. You're more welcome. I have it. It's literally. I have a bag of it, so I would have to scale it up. So it's not like it's like that. So yeah. I know they're about equivalent to like maybe like 15 or so of Adderall or something. 15 or 20. It's a little stronger than Adderall. But,
Really? It's stronger than Adderall for you?
well, here, look up.
Most methylphenidates I've ever taken have higher doses than dextroamphetamine.
Yeah, this one's is a little different. So pull up, type in 4-FMPH and pull up the Psychonaut page. Yeah. Or it's most similar to Ritalin. It'll be like one of the first ones. That's the website for people.
Threshold 5.
Well, I'm gonna pull up the one for.
15 is common, 20 is heavy. Wow.
So I'm gonna pull up the one for Ritalin so we can compare. So yeah, so it's stronger than Ritalin.
A lot stronger.
Yeah. So maybe I was being a little conservative then.
The duration is 48 hours.
No, that's not. That's counts the after effects. That's not like. That would be like if you looked up Molly, it would say that too. You know. I promise.
I would totally take this. I would take this today, and then I would take an exam I have to take today. Or I could take it at the swamp, but also I'm like, if I'm on Adderall at a swamp, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm on the swamp. Or if I was on methylphenidate.
Oh, look at me! I'm on Adderall. Oh, I'm in the swamp.
And Michael would be like, haha, Ethan, and I'd be like, it's not funny.
Yo, Michael, if you want this tea, by the way, it's done. It's really nice.
Yeah, let me get some.
Oh shit.
Get this pie here.
Tony says, yo, you guys can come here later if you want to. Just no filming bedroom, I guess. Well,
It's fair.
Is it right here?
in the pie, yeah.
No filming the bedroom.
That's fine.
That's I never go in there anyway.
Yeah, I
Whoa, P5X NBOH is psychedelic
do.
methamphetamine.
Yeah,
What is it? Is it synthetic?
no, phenolphthaleins are. It's an endbone, you said, right? 25 endbone.
Yeah, well,
So endbones have a weird thing where they're very similar to a lot of traditional psychedelics, but there's a small chance that people take them and just die. It happens very rarely, but there's just no reason to even don't ever bother with an endbone.
Should we do this?
I've taken N-bones.
They're not bad. It's fun. It's just like you could die.
They're the only psychedelic drug I've ever taken.
What you want to do the podcast?
Should we do this at some point?
No.
No.
Well,
Hey.
for 2 reasons. Number one, I'm not moving on to this. Already set up. Okay. Two, that's see reason number one.
Michael, would you ever take psilocybin in your life?
Yeah, I feel like I needed it.
If you are you less opposed to that than like most other drugs?
I'd probably do psilocybin before I do heroin.
Jeez. Would you do psilocybin before you did Adderall again?
Yeah, but I mean, like,
You want to try the chocolate chai, by the way? Friggin' on the-
what are like prescription, like the OxyContin and stuff? It's essentially like heroin in a pill, right?
Oxycontin?
It's a little different, but basically heroin. You have 2 opioid receptors in your brain, and heroin works on one of them pretty strongly, and painkillers work on the other, and that's why people like to mix heroin and painkillers,
That's what I like to do. Full effect.
Sounds
and that's why they die.
That's why
But a lot of people will tell you that.
That's also what I like to do.
People will tell you that who do all those things that like painkillers are better. They're just more expensive. Like they would rather have like fentanyl or oxy over heroin. Sometimes it just costs way more. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I just washed one last night.
There should be a bunch
Dude,
of
this tea is fucking
under
unreal.
dishwasher too.
Get ahead of this tea, man. We'll just try some and then make yourself some coffee. But I'm telling you, this is like something else. What do you think, Mike?
I have to wait a minute because I can't drink hot beverages.
Yeah, it's really good.
I don't think it'll be that.
Thank you. It's really good.
Yeah, no problem. We can do the vanilla rooibos chai next if you want.
Hell yeah.
I got the power. I got unlimited power.
What do you
I
say
got
about
the
me?
power.
What
I
are you
got
saying
unlimited
about
power.
me?
Brian, dumb, Simon, bad.
Too tall, hair's too red. Did I tell you I switched up my joke for Anthony at the cafe? now I have him say, there's this little kid who's their owner's grandson, who like helped me wait tables at the restaurant. And so when he goes up to tables and people ask him how old he is, he's 8. I have him say, I'm 35, are you single? Kills.
He helps you wait tables?
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
That's funny.
That's sick. Why does he do that?
I tell him when people ask him to say he has to pay his own way through his PhD program. I have a couple jokes I give him. People love it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, and then they tip me like so much, and I act like I kind of act as though he was my son. Like I don't say that he is, but I heavily imply that he is. So I get really good tips.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Hey,
And
Michael.
he also does most of my job for me, and he's pretty good at it, honestly.
Michael, the other day I was doing research on Focaland. Not like intense research, but I think I know why we thought it was the gold mine of amphetamines.
Why?
Because it's a dextroamphetamine, which is like Adderall, bound to a chloride, and so your body metabolizes it a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So I think we just didn't have as much of a tolerance to the substance, and we snorted 40 milligrams of Adderall, which is like, if we snorted 40 milligrams of Adderall, just Adderall, that we really feel that.
You did 40, and it wasn't very good.
The Focaland? No, we did 40, and we felt like we were the king of the world forever.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's pretty hefty.
Like, I still feel like I'm the king of the world.
That's why he's
Yeah,
doing
well,
this stupid narcissistic
years.
project.
Yeah, that's what happens when you. Oh, never mind, it's kinda gross.
What are you
Stupid joke.
Send it, bro.
It's not a good joke. I want a better one. I'm not happy with that one. Do you want me to do editing? Copy editing for you? Is this a different camera?
No, it's just lens head.
Okay.
Text it this
What's that, like fisheye or something?
Yeah, well, this doesn't change the, like, camera, but this is fisheye. I mean, fisheye being, like, anything less than
Just like a wide, right?
35 millimeters or something.
It's just a research chemical?
Yeah.
Is there any like pharmaceutical research on it?
No.
Why not?
That's why it's legal. Well, not legal, but it's not illegal.
Huh.
Though, do you know how like the research chemical system works, basically?
Yeah, things aren't. I know how it works for like testosterone boosters, because some of my friends used to be in that, and I assume it works the same way here, where it's not illegal until they make it illegal, but it's not legal.
Essentially, right. We have the Scheduled Substances Act, and if a drug doesn't fall under the Scheduled Substances Act, then it's not technically illegal, but you can still prosecute if the chemical is similar enough. So it's not strictly illegal, but if were you to be caught with it, you would absolutely be charged.
Yeah.
That's basically how it works.
But you could like
order them.
sell it. Yeah.
You can order them and whatever, yeah.
That's sick. You have a bag of the powder?
Yeah. There was a little bit where I was ordering a very absurd. I have quite a collection of research chemicals.
Cool.
Yeah. I honestly don't know what to do. Like, I'm almost at the point where I'm just gonna throw out like a couple $100 worth of stuff. Like, I'm not just gonna give it to somebody. I don't trust anybody.
You mean you don't trust anybody you take them?
You could hurt yourself pretty bad. I mean, there's irresponsible. I don't. I gave one person one time, and they like didn't do it right, and like kind of had a bad time. And since then, I just don't. Like this is something that I've done like a million times. I've given other people, and like it's totally fine. But some of the weirder stuff, like I don't.
My senior year of high school, I got really into nootropics.
Yeah.
And I had this like combination picked out. Don't ask me what it was because I don't remember clearly. But I didn't take them. I just read about them all summer long, and I had like a huge page of notes and like Excel sheets and weird stuff.
Yeah, they don't actually do very much. I have some. They don't like. I've never had a like appreciable difference. You know.
Have you ever taken them like over long periods of time? 'Cause that's what
I guess
nootropics
not.
are meant for.
Yeah.
It's like taking a multivitamin. You're not gonna take a multivitamin and feel good that day.
Right.
But I was going to make my own, order the powders, cap them, and sell them to people in my dorm. And then I was
that's
like,
a fun idea, but you don't want to. If something does go wrong, like, you
never did that. Just never did it. Also, I did a lot more like illegal stuff in high school, where like we would sell everyone booze and no one was in art except for that one guy. And, like it was like easy to like, get away with things, but I think as you get older, like things become more serious. Plus, if I got in trouble when I was in high school, the worst thing that would happen to me is I would lose half the season of athletics. So.
I mean, also at this point, to me, like, I don't know, like even when I was like I haven't been selling weed for a little bit, but even when I was most recently, like it's just like just to my friends and people I already knew, and then if anyone's like, oh, I have this other friend, like when they come, the answer is just always no. Like so it was never like you gotta be careful. Guards like this.
I got the power. I got a limited power. How far in are you, Mike? Not a lot, but I'm not gonna finish it for you. I'm just gonna. We're gonna be work buddies when we come back.
Yep.
Should he go get his stuff really quickly and then come back, or are we gonna go see?
You can go get your stuff really quickly.
Alright.
Brian, have you ever microdosed?
Yeah.
Brian, do you want to take
some macro?
Do you want to take these back with? Yep.
Oh, sure. To me, the only thing worse than taking too much of something is taking too little of it. In fact, I'd rather take too much of a psychedelic than too little of one.
One time I took, I think a quarter of a 25C, which is the N-Bohm,
Why?
and
That's the wrong psychedelic to start with.
that was the one that Corey and I had access to. And so we took like a very small amount, and then
That's good.
we were going nuts playing this video game together, and we were both like, holy shit, we are so good. And we actually were better,
Yeah.
which is funny because most of the time, like with drugs, they make you feel better, they don't make you better. But like
Sometimes, yeah.
our charts were like way better. Corey normally sucked, and he was actually good. And I was like, that was insane, dude.
Sometimes I like, or I used to, I mean, I don't really take the psychedelics anymore, but I did for a while. But sometimes I like to take up my video games, and then once I could tell that I was either doing a lot better or a lot worse, that was when I knew it was like, alright, time to go do this. Like, that was how I could tell when it was sticking.
To be fair, like one of the biggest differentiators between people who did like studies, or people in studies where they would be given Adderall and then take some kind of standardized test, was the impression of being on something influencing them. Like,
Yeah.
if you thought you were on something, people performed way better.
One of the documentaries I watched talked about the study where they studied out in Adderall, which is they had like their control group. They were given like fake pills and people on Adderall, and there wasn't like an actual difference in performance. There was just a difference in like how they saw their performance.
Really, really good. Really nice.
But there is something to be said for like having more self-confidence when you work on something too.
Sure.
Yeah, it's different if you're like answering test questions versus like writing a paper or something like that, you know? Also, my writing tends to be a lot worse when I'm on Adderall. It's like I can write a lot, but it's really disjointed.
Actually, whenever I write anyways, I always have a very organized before I write.
Like nothing to add to the conversation.
Did you not do a lot of Adderall as a kid?
No, speed things are not my jam. I took Adderall a few times when I was like,
You must have been going like light speed.
it's just like it was way too much.
Yeah. It's good to get into it when you're really young.
I'll just go through and be like,
Right, and you're developmental stage.
Exactly. So you get used to it.
it's like, and then that's
And you can spend the rest of your life wondering, huh?
Well, I'll tell you this, like, the year that I was doing, like, shitload of Molly.
Yeah.
It was like literally from February to October, like every other weekend.
Uh-huh.
But then that fall is like when I started getting really weird like anxiety issues and stuff like that. And it's like but that's also the age when that stuff does happen. So it's
What
like,
age was it?
20.
Ryan, you're like
Okay.
19, 20.
Okay.
more
So like,
developed version.
I'm not even sure if it was that, or if it was both, or just one or the other. But like, now now I'll never know, I guess. But
Yeah,
I'm
I feel
fine
that.
now. But like, mostly fine now. But like, at the time, it sucked. I'm sure it had had to be some relation there. I don't know.
It's just weird because you never really know.
I never will.
And you're just always gonna wonder. And then if you have those problems come back in like a strong way in the future, then you always are gonna think like, did I do something wrong?
It's actually really good.
Yeah.
Is just consciousness and the nature of consciousness and
Guys, I got really close to getting a royal flush last night.
How close? Did you get a normal flush?
No, I was one card off. So
Very
I had the
close.
queen and the king in my hand, and I was missing like the
Are we ready to
jack
go?
at the time. Yeah, just
Actually-
about. I just wanted to.
Should we
do
just
this
go
before.
with him right now?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Actually.
I got the power.
But I gotta try on. Can I try on your boots, Simon? Those 10s. Okay.
We'll be back in like 5 minutes. He'll love Broadway.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, these are sick.
Yeah, I love them.
Holy.
Holy mackerel!
These are tight. Because they're 10s, and now we're at 10.5.
They aren't big though. I always have extra toe room, so they actually might fit you well.
Cool. What's up with this lacing pattern here?
Like the strap thing?
They're just like
Or the
looks like one lace goes like down all the way. This is a boot thing. You ever seen it before?
Those are tough to get on me, even so don't feel too bad if you can't
Okay.
get them in position.
I'm pretty excited about these. They're a little bit tight, but I think that'll work. Oh, I get it. So you can just pull on it like that. It's cool. Nice.
Another one of my friends will be home tonight. It's from Montana. He's really cool and wants to hang out. This is Brian and I explained the situation. I explained the situation to my other friends, two of my other friends also, and they were like, one was cool with it, and the other two were like, they made it very clear that they like didn't want to hang out. I was like, okay. But this one I explained, he's like, that's so cool, like, yeah, like, I'm down, like, hit me up later.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What was the guy who didn't want to be part of it like?
He's cool. I mean, him and his wife are both cool. But, like, I actually asked the kid who, the guy who was with them, like, what did I say? I was like, I didn't know the answer to this question, but I asked, curious about the rationale. Not trying to poke the bear. I think it's personally perfectly reasonable. I'm just curious. Not trying to poke the bear. Just curious for like a professorial reason. No judgment. I just want to know why.
There's so many qualifiers.
I mean, yeah, probably, right?
That's so tiptoey. Can I ask why?
Yeah, I'm not trying to like be difficult.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
actually just curious.
Yeah, for sure.
What if he says
I'm
no
sure
to
you
Harvard?
are all the
No
time.
big deal.
People are like, nah.
Honestly, I don't even ask. Because if most of the time, big majority, it's just like, I think about the person, I'm like, okay, like, I get it. And I just don't bother. It's never been a big problem.
Did you hear our potential plan for tomorrow? I described it.
Sounds like we're on to Central Park.
Right. So the idea I had was, Brian and I work at 5 tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The idea we had was, if you're down to wake up a little earlier tomorrow, going to do piano at like 9:30, 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, go straight to the city from where we will be, 'cause it's the same distance pretty much, just a little more north.
Okay.
And then going to Central Park, doing Central Park for a few 2-3 hours. If when Brian needs to leave, we still want to stay for a little bit longer, we can just take the train back.
Mm-hmm.
But if we want to leave with him, fine.
Did Brian skate?
I don't know actually.
Okay.
You could bring the rollerblades to Central Park if that's what you were thinking.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking that it would be nice to have, I mean, I wasn't even thinking that we were going to drive up again, but now that you mentioned it, it would be cool to do the skate park while we had a vehicle so that I could put the stuff back in afterwards.
Yeah.
But if that didn't work out, that's okay as well.
And the skate park's not far from here at all. You could potentially even do it today.
Okay.
It's about like 20 minutes away.
I think it'd be cool to hit one, like, in the city.
A skate park?
Yeah.
I don't even know where there is one. I'm sure I could figure it out. I don't have any, like, helmet or pads or anything, though. Just FYI.
For you?
No, I just...
Oh, okay, yeah.
What you see right there is what it is.
Strap these on for the hike today. Go hyperspeed. These are sweet.
Yeah, cool.
What size are they? Nice.
Maybe 10.
We are never, ever, ever get back together. You go talk to your friends, talk to my friends, talk to me. But we are never, ever, ever.
Gonna put some modafinil in your sternum.
Yeah, metal doctor tried this recently. It's actually called hydrochloric sulfide.
Yeah, it's in my room. You bring gloves?
Yeah, probably will.
Do you should have a winter coat and a sweatshirt?
Honestly, I don't think it's that cold out.
Okay.
It's like 45.
Okay.
Okay.
Why are you wearing my hat?
I don't know where my scarf is. You know where the hat was when you first picked it up?
Yeah, it was on your head.
Really?
No, I don't know where it was. Is that your scarf? That thing?
The black?
No.
The scarf is just black.
We're playing Beach Saber. I think I'm gonna bring the Oculus while we hike, so that I can practice Beat Saber.
Michael, if I just happened to take if I was taking a drug one time, but it was like a psychotic drug that I was like, rah, rah, would you try and talk me down, or would you just get the fuck away from me?
Yeah, I would just leave you somewhere. I'd bring you to like a grocery store or something.
It's a horrible thing.
Elementary
Just
school.
put me in my room.
Yeah, I'd tape a GoPro to your chest.
Throw you in the woods. See, this is the fun intensity that I love with some of my friends. Like I said, but you want to go to the city tomorrow? So fucking yes, yes. Miss this kid.
I'm pretty intense. I'm just.
Ethan, you're having a little bit of a system error. I'm gonna need to replace your RAM. Oh, nope. We're going to take you in for a CAT scan.
I don't.
Try and purr. That's the ugliest purr I've ever heard. I feel bad. No, as soon as Brian left, I tried on his boots. No, he's going to get more boots.
I need boots.
Oh. I thought you had those boots.
Mine are not waterproof at all.
Okay, for sure. So it was worthwhile. That's good to hear.
Do those fit you well?
Yeah, they're a little tight, but they're good.
Are they tight on the front or on the sides?
I guess all around.
Oh, yeah, if I wore those, that'd be bad.
It's not too intense, so it shouldn't fucking be so much.
Cool.
It's not. That's not like 3D inclines or anything.
Hey, you know what would be really cool
introduction to the episode of All Four of Us in a podcast, but like one of those like walking ones.
What's up? It's us. We're gonna do a podcast and.
I would want to be the main character of the introduction. Hey guys, because not only am I not the main character of the podcast, but I'm also not the main character of the podcast is about. That's why I'm the protagonist. Michael, that thing right there. Can you swap the plugs out?
How about I just add it to the mix?
You can have it in too, but I don't think that one works.
Alright. This should be on, man. Looks like it's on.
Oh, I don't think this one has
I feel like this one's on.
Is there an amp that worked?
This one works.
Which one?
This one works. This white one.
Okay.
You gotta get it set up. I like that. That's nice. More simple. Alright, you gotta turn that either off or. These ones work for me, but Ethan said he was gonna.
Ethan, you want to give these a shot?
Well, who is bigger for you?
Ethan has big club feet.
Well, give it a shot. My dad said they're going to be really hard in the beginning, but they'll start to soften as they warm up.
Hear it? Piano makes sound.
Yeah, it looks good.
Alright, how much do you want, man?
Okay, I want 7 squiggles.
Okay. That's going to be 14 cublets.
I kind of wanted 13 cublets.
Well, then you're going to need to drop a squiggle.
No, that's not how it works.
I don't know. I mean,
Round up.
I majored in squibbleonomics.
Listen,
This might
guys,
not be the best.
I know a thing or two about pharmaceuticals. This is what you want.
I know a thing or three
Is
about
this it?
pharmaceuticals. You need all 3 of them.
Is this it?
No, I think this is probably not the best thing for the camera.
Come on, you guys, waiting on some drugs? What?
I mean,
Isn't it legal though?
no.
Oh.
It's not illegal, but using it for this reason is definitely legal. Alright.
It's just
I'm
props.
prescribing it to my cat.
What would you like, sir? 20? Are you sure? I mean, nothing.
Then more.
Really? I mean, it's pretty strong.
30? I'm not going to use it all.
Well, I didn't bring my capsules. I thought I could get some later, but...
Ethan, I think he's saying that 20 is a lot.
Yeah, right now I want 10. Did it say 15 is fair or strong?
15 is going to be... I'd say 15 is around like 30 milligrams, if we're more typical.
Like Ritalin?
Maybe like 25 or something like that, yeah.
It's 50.
Okay, that's more than 15, that's fine.
Does that be the big chunk around here?
Make these little wax. I bought this guy in China sent me a message. Okay, that's like 16. Perfect. Yeah, so this dude from China, like I had been like in the scene a little bit, so like this dude like saw my username, I guess, whatever, and sent me a message. And he was like, yeah, like, I'm from Flat in China. We're doing like a sample pack if you want. It'll be $90 for these 10 different things. And all of the 10 things were useless except this one, which gave me a gram of. So we're taking 20 milligrams. So that's 50 doses of that. Wow. For $90 plus all the others.
Should I just leave it like this and the water shakes it out?
You're not taking it now? I mean, it'll last a while. Like.
Rip it, Ethan.
Should I rip it in my mouth or in my nostril? I don't know how this thing
I put it in your mouth. You can put it up your nose, but especially research chemicals, you probably don't.
A little bit in your nose to keep the bugs away.
Keep the what?
Bugs? Simon, do you mind if I charge up your RC car?
I don't know if it works, but go for it.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just look this paper.
I thought you were just getting all paper, but yeah.
Oh,
It tastes bad.
Got it. Thanks to go.
It tastes like something I'm not supposed to eat.
Then that means it's working.
Oh my gosh, I'm so smart!
Quite.
Wow. Can you guys believe how smart I am? I just figured everything out.
What's the meaning of life?
No, I didn't figure that out.
What's the meaning of your hat?
I just figured out how every single bird in Norway's sound identification. If I hear the sound, I can identify the bird.
Can you replicate the sound? Give me a
A wood
Alaskan
pigeon?
warbler.
An Alaskan warbler?
Let's hear it.
They call them icterine warblers.
Obviously.
But
And the Latin name?
they're actually like
Simon, you got a bird problem in your house, man.
I was gonna say something when I saw this earlier, but Sco Chucks.
Where they used
Oh,
to
where are
look
those
as
boots?
like a Oh, that was the office.
Boots.
Where? Oh, here.
Yeah.
They're not like boots, but they are waterproof, so that's really all you need.
Dude, what if they invented wearable boots?
Like boots that you could put on your like hands or something.
Yeah, like you could put them on your feet or something.
Oh, okay. Like a boot, like like a boot. Okay.
You gotta Shark Tank that shit.
Is it how? How do you do it?
Well, obviously there's a lot of logistics behind it that I don't know.
I don't really see the. I like the idea, but I'm not really feeling the plausibility of it. Ow! It hurts to put on.
They're hard, but they're gonna get softer, Ethan.
I'm
There
gonna
you
open up one of these San Pellegrinos, but I don't want to bring like this and carry around this whole thing. So I'm gonna dump half and half in here and here. You want one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring.
I'm gonna
If
bring.
you, Simon, if you have anything you want to put in my bag, you can do that.
What up?
If you have stuff you just want to put in my bag, you can do that.
It was gonna be like liquid. So
I have my bag.
It's just a like water bottle or something. That's fine.
You bringing liquor?
No, liquids.
Oh. I thought you said you were going to bring a water bottle of liquor, and I'm like, aren't you 29 years old?
Yeah, you should at least use a glass water bottle.
She's 29.
Is this too big to?
No, it's fine. Maybe it'll fit. We can give it a try.
It's not. This is not. We're not gonna be like.
I'm aware.
You just have a backpack with the Brit on it.
Just bring the Brita. Let's filter the swamp water.
Bring it.
The Brita. Actually.
Alright, I'm going to go poo-poo before we leave.
See, I'm telling you, you got IBS, bro. You gotta go to a gastroenterologist.
Why? Because I poop?
Dude, I'm telling you, like, there's medications that my dad takes that make it a lot better.
Dude, it's not because we're leaving, it's because I want to poop.
That's... makes no sense. I just poop every time I leave somewhere because I want to.
Chris said he was fucking down.
Oh, cool. That would be so nice. Then I can do it. Can we... what time is the piano place open until?
We have to go earlier.
Okay. Are you cool with waking up early, Michael?
Yeah, we can
We
make
can
it
always
work.
leave Ethan if he doesn't want to, or if he wants to keep
Well, no,
sleeping or
if we
something.
leave him though, then like he's gonna miss like everything. Because I figured we'd go straight from the city from the piano.
Where is it?
North, like 20 minutes. It's like the same time amount of time to get there.
So we could just go to Lincoln Tunnel.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, in that case, then I would definitely, like, I'll set an alarm for like 8 a.m. or something, and like if we could get going by 9, then we could have plenty of time. I don't want to. The worst thing is like trying to do something fun and constantly checking your phone, and like, you know, I'd rather be ahead of it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So I don't know if you guys are willing to wake up a little bit, but those boots are really good on you, by the way. You should get yourself some Doc Martens.
Thank you.
Yeah, they do look good.
I've never really felt like much of a boot guy.
Ready?
You look like a boot guy.
There you go. Just put it on an Amazon wishlist. I'm gonna buy it for you.
Doc Martens? That's a hefty one.
Those are only $100.
Really? I thought they were like,
They're like
250s.
super on sale though.
Yeah.
I got 'em.
I was gonna say, I thought they were like $200.
Those are like 70% off.
Nice. Sweet. Did he piss you? Sorry.
What? Oh,
Just
you're
opened
reading
up the
chat.
chat. Just did he piss you? Love it.
Come on, man. Give the people what they want.
We should also, by the way, while we're walking around the swamp, we should like try to Google Doc some questions and stuff like, because like it'd be easy for us to talk for a long time, but I definitely do want to hit, like we could probably just find ourselves like going down one rabbit hole, but I want to hit like everything that we want to hit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like think about also, you know what we could do too? We could pull up the questions that we use for other people and like reframe them like and get the answer. Actually, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's just do that.
First question: what's it like living in the Philippines?
Second question.
Michael.
Second question. How'd you meet? How'd you find this stream?
How did you meet Michael? Michael,
We good? Oh wait, no, we're
what
good.
was it like to give birth to Michael? Michael.
Took 5 tabs of 25i and Simon, I think part of your dad is outside.
What?
I think part of your dad is outside.
Oh fuck! Dad, get inside. I know the color and everything's really shitty, but I made this in I made this in a special effects makeup class I had in school.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Actually, it was tight. Let me see if I have any photos of the actual stuff I did. I actually definitely do. It's probably on my Instagram. That was like my favorite class I ever took, and I was really good at it. But shit, should I be doing this? But,
I could see you doing that.
it was so awesome. I'm sure it's on here somewhere. So I definitely did it for Halloween a bunch.
Did you ever consider doing it?
I didn't even know like what to do to get into it though, you know.
Yeah, I feel that.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Is that you?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow, that's psycho, dude. I don't even like looking at that because it looks too real.
Which I definitely have more on Facebook. Let's see.
Did you ever watch a competition show like American Idol for special effects makeup?
Well, yeah, wasn't that like yeah, it was the guy. It was the famous guy. What was the fuck his name is? Yeah, I did see part. I didn't see all of it. Some of it though, for sure.
I used to love that show.
What's that guy's name? Tom Savini. Wasn't that?
I don't know anything about the judges or.
Photos. Let's go way back.
Which college or high school class?
Where's college class? Oh, here we go. Here's another one.
Jesus, that's crazy.
Let's see. Alright, here we go. Look at this shit.
Wow.
This was like, it was supposed to be burning on one. It was a burning class.
Uh huh.
It was, yeah, burned hand with like boils and stuff. It was supposed to be, you got scraped along the road.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then
actually.
like punched in the face.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's psycho.
that was great.
Were you like the best in your class?
No. Actually, maybe. It was only like a 10-person class. That one was cool.
Oh, what a fucking beautiful day!
I know, it was perfect.
This is incredible. He seemed very confident that he knew where it is, and he was just going to.
What's he looking for? More modafinil?
What do you think? Oh, wait, I should probably put that back. I did bring modafinil as well. I don't know if,
Which one?
figured if you guys want some. There's 3 in here. That's the Provigil, the one that's like for narcoleptics and stuff.
Okay.
So
That's
this
cool.
lasts a really long time,
Mhm.
like 12 hours or so, but it's not narcotic. Like it doesn't feel euphoric or anything really.
That's cool.
To keep it on.
I don't need
My
that.
brother went to Japan and he left like 5 trays of these. He's like, "Here, you want these?" It's like, "I guess."
That's tight. Are they just like you can buy them easy in Japan?
No, he just ordered them online.
Oh, for sure.
Japan has a 0 tolerance policy to drugs, so if you
Oh,
get
okay.
caught with anything, you get deported.
Okay.
So he'd ordered these from like Canada or something. He just left them with him.
Yo, Ethan, let's do a quick drug deal. I'm gonna give you something, you give me something.
Ooh,
Are you
that
ready?
wasn't a drug at all.
Adrenaline.
What bird was that?
You feel hyped up right now?
Honestly, I feel very frantic.
Well,
I
we're all
can't
back
find that
inside
thing.
again.
What are you looking for?
Thing.
Oh, that's so funny.
I gave him the nicotine pills already, though. I mean,
Did you take a nicotine pill?
No, not yet.
just pop a couple of those. I'll let you do my jewel when you want. Find it later.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Can I hit the jewel now?
Yeah.
He's freaking out.
The funny thing is too, it's not even like the nicotine sometimes. It's just the like not having it. It's like,
I actually love not having it when I choose not to have it.
yeah.
But when you think it should be there, it's not.
Can I trade you for one of those?
Yeah, one of them is free.
Every time I take Adderall, I just feel like murdering people.
That song doesn't sound like music to me.
It's ruined for me now.
The outro still says that. Yeah. Alright, Michael, what are we doing? I told her the first time we got in the car, I did that, and I was like, you know I'm doing that every time. Like scientific stuff you've read, but he has a very clear and concise way of speaking that's really easy to comprehend. You know.
Do you own that book?
Yeah.
Are you just giving it to me?
Yeah, I've read it. That's why I buy books and then I read them and then I give them to people.
Oh, cool. I might, if I
All's predictions were correct, but it was like done already. It was like
It was what?
Like All's predictions were correct, but they all already happened, so it wasn't that interesting to read about.
Yeah.
I should have gotten one of his newer ones. But, yeah.
I really kind of feel like science is not moving as fast right now as it was in the 20th century.
I mean, we are in an not the first, but a kind of unprecedented anti-scientific sentiment in this country now.
Internet, video games, and like all these new places to put our energy is going to take time away from like life and physical sciences. Because a lot of great minds.
On which experiment you want to be done, and then whatever the most votes, the money goes there, and then you're like a stakeholder, and it's something crazy like that. But
That's dope.
yeah, it's really cool. So it's completely like anonymous and like non-centralized, and there's no oversight. It's just whatever people want to do.
Oh wait, we missed the Denny's podcast.
No, I did it.
No, you didn't, really?
Yeah, I did it.
Well, did I just not wake up for it? I was awake at 5:30.
I was at Denny's. Were you not there?
Okay, you're lying.
You're lying. Ethan goes, "Dude, we missed the Denny's podcast." And I'm like, "No, I did it." He's like,
For a second, I thought you did it after I went to bed.
I told them we wanted to do it. They should have a time to eat. Just do it there.
If they want to do the
If they wanted to do it, they just got a time to eat.
for the
That's
Denny's
like
thing?
sketchy and janky enough that they
Yeah,
wouldn't care
that'd be
about
fine.
anything going on. And also 24 hours.
I think we can record that. We could end up recording for like 3 hours at least. Like, I can see that happening.
"Your podcast?"
Yeah, I could see. Well, there's just like, I don't know. I could just see we're all like kind of long-winded.
That's sick.
I guess I am.
You go boondocks first? The tower on the way? Yeah.
Give it a hug. Eat it. Throwing ice onto ice is fun. That's not frozen. When it gets cold enough, you can walk across the river to go.
Whoa.
It's sketchy, but people have done it. None of us have ever fallen through it. It's not
Do you guys mind walking fast? I mean, not like crazy fast, but
Yeah, I'll just tell you if I want to slow down.
yeah, okay. I usually walk.
The only reason I'd want to slow down is if I had a severe allergic reaction to a substance I've never taken, or if I wanted to take a video.
Well, I heard that swamp water is for sure. That's why, like the Native Americans never actually OD'd. You don't like those Indians either, though?
Anyone who's a different color than me, usually.
Right. Especially like speak with an accent or
The accents are okay if they're like
Norwegian.
English.
Norwegian.
well, English, Scottish, German.
The white ones.
French is teetering. I don't know how I feel about France.
Yeah, they were occupied by Muslims for like
I really don't.
not that long ago.
I don't like Österreich, or that's the German word for it. Austria or Switzerland. Russia. My end goal is to not like Russia, but for now I'm gonna sign a fake alliance with liking Russia. What's that?
Don't you think the Chinese will be a little jealous after you play a deal with them?
It's not a trade deal. It's like mutual conquest of the other places until I conquest them. I really don't like Persia.
I know it's Japanese.
I like Norway, but it's kind of just a strategic alliance. I'm exercising the new knowledge I acquired by watching a lot of World War II documentaries.
Why?
You say why?
Why?
I see a jewel. The most dangerous predator in the swamp.
There is like one of those like stupid urban legend things called the Jersey Devil.
Called the what?
Jersey Devil.
Okay.
And he's supposed to live in the swamp.
This one?
The swamp's pretty big. It goes like, I don't think it's this section, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Have you seen him?
Did like an episode about doing that, I think.
Who did?
Yeah, Files.
Oh, okay, nice.
You gotta go to New Jersey. There's a thing here. I don't want to.
Well, I'm scared, so I'm not really sure about this hike anymore.
This is so pretty. Good. Right before you guys got here, so we had snow last week, and then not a lot, but and then it all started melting and turning into water, and then it all froze again, and so everything here, everywhere wherever we drove, was all like this like frozen glacier palace. It looked like just a frozen world. It was amazing. It's so stunning. It's pretty gay though.
I think I saw a little bit of that, like the just like sheet of ice over everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was cool.
touch. I'm such a genius on Adderall, I found my gift.
What does that mean? I feel like Ethan's on mushrooms almost all the time. He just phases in and out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I always, like, we would always come after high school, my friends were into photography, and then so it's like a million, and then I always bring people here, and then if I bring people here, they're always taking me to pictures, so, it's kind of like that. When I was in elementary school, I wasn't very athletic, so people made fun of me. And you're saying you're athletic now? Yeah, I'm a lot more athletic. Could have fooled me. And so when I was in 4th grade, I asked for a weight set for Christmas, and I started working out like crazy. And it's probably the reason why my body looks weird, because all it is bicep curls. You get that full posing test, put on your arms. Dude, I already have way bigger arms than every other muscle in my body. That's not right. Like my chest is like, and then my arms are kind of jacked, and it's always right down there. I'm working on getting my kids jacked. It's not too hard. Your kids? Yeah, getting them like back where like have definition. What do you do for it? I just take kettlebells and push-ups. You should get 2 small dumbbells and do a lot of squats. Yeah. I do with my kettlebell, I'll do like, I'll pass it, I'll let it out, and then I'll pass it and go like, yeah, with it out. That is really doing the work that I thought I could. I take it and I hold it upside down, and I do like this, like over, back, behind, and above, and then like presses forward and like diagonally up, and I do it. So real quick for the baseball team, there's this like really like right next to me, and my dad was making my brother
Check this out.
Nice. That's pretty tight.
How would you describe that?
Like curious and like willing to talk about things a little deeper and listen and open-minded and like can keep full of conversation on that level.
Yeah.
But also like, yeah, that's definitely that thing.
But also like on shrooms
Kind of
half the time.
What?
Also on shrooms half the time.
Sure. Just like, yeah, that's like base level. Just like normal is half shroom.
Yeah, Brian reminds me a lot of my brother.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it. So we had a big old hurricane like 8-9 years ago, Hurricane Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
It like knocked out power for like 2 weeks all around here and stuff. And all of this shit was just anywhere with boardwalk, anything like this was all just fucking wrecked.
Really? So they rebuilt this?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Go, 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 go. Yeah. Sick. So cool.
And this whole thing was so flooded too.
Submitting this to
Do you have a lot of ice around there? Be careful.
Is there a lot of ice?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna use the bathroom down here.
Can I submit that to National Geographic too?
Yep.
Nothing else that like makes me have that feeling besides trains.
Did something happen or?
No, nothing happened. I always feel like I'm stopping myself from throwing myself in front of it. I'm like,
exactly.
don't throw yourself in front of that.
Dude, to the point where when I'm on a cliff or something, like sometimes I'll lay down on my stomach and then look over. That way I can't physically like move fast enough to actually jump.
Also, I'm always a little concerned when I'm on a really tall edge. Like, even if I'm standing still, I think, like, what if my body just stops working right now? Mm-hmm. What if my legs just go, woo, and I go off?
Or the other thing, like, we don't, like, your, what's the system, your motor system acts, like, before your brain does. Like, you do stuff, I think, up to 6 seconds sometimes before your brain, like, actually internalizes what you're doing. So to me, it feels like I could have already done it and then 3 seconds later be like, oh, wait, I didn't want to do this, you know? Spooky.
Michael, can I get a scene of you, you know that sand scene that everyone does?
Yeah.
Could I get a scene of you doing that with freezing swamp water? It's a really important scene.
Listen, I'll see you guys later, okay? It's been fun.
You about to start doing yoga on there, dude?
Triple back pike, one twist.
Wait, this is the one we've been practicing synchronized, isn't it?
Synchronized.
The synchronized suicide.
We do like perfect flips.
It's like
and land on the
Michael
cement.
doing like a quadruple backflip and me just like flailing around.
It's like, get at me, Jim Jones.
Who's that?
Michael, did I ever do a double
Johnstown?
off one of those diving boards?
Oh yeah. So,
Probably the coolest, probably the best mass suicide of all time.
the coolest
No, it was
way to
not
die.
Kool-Aid. It
Oh,
was
Jim
Flavor
Jones.
Aid. It was Flavor Aid.
It was like off-brand Kool-Aid?
Yes, they cannot afford Kool-Aid.
That's
they
the
got
one where they
Flavor Aid.
moved to their own utopian island, right? And
Yes,
then he
that's
started
correct.
having a bunch of charges pressed against him from
Well, he already,
overseas.
he already was basically on the land at that point. And what he would do is he'd fly people out, and then have people go pick them up and bring them to the part of the jungle. And then, there was no way for you to actually get back. Like, you couldn't call a cab, there was no like phone line, you couldn't. So he would basically just like trap people out there. And then when he was also on meth and he wasn't sleeping, that was why he wore the glasses. His eyes were always like super red, so he was kind of going crazy already.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's actually the fucking coolest. It's like one of the best cults ever.
My brother joined a cult once.
Yeah, what flavor?
Honestly, don't know. He just ran away from home and joined this weird cult. And my mom was like, I need my son back, because he was like 17. And they were like, Jennifer? There's like a 20-year-old woman all like messed up on all sorts of different substances. And she's like, Jennifer, Tristan wants to stay here. And I need you to understand that. My mom's like, Tristan, do you want to stay here? And he's like, he didn't know like who he should please.
Like a dog?
Yeah. And then my mom's like, okay, well, I'm going to take my son back or press charges. And then they were like, okay, Tristan, you should leave.
Cults are...
Maybe he would have been better off if he stayed in the cult. Just kidding, he wouldn't have.
Actually, no. For the people that are at the top of cults, it's really bad. And for the people who are getting the most abused and getting all their money taken, it's really bad. But for the people in the middle, sometimes it's can be a very good.
Well, Tristan didn't have any money to be taken.
So maybe he would have had a fun time. A lot of times they start like on really good stuff, and then like if you follow that kind of stuff, you'll be fine. But when it gets into the weirder, like giving all your money and sex and whatever.
New series displayed on Netflix?
Yes.
Love that series. I like the episode on college.
You want any of your water, Simon? Okay. You didn't bring any.
They have like 3 or 4 per series. Most of the big folks. I'm actually not very good at listening to podcasts. Do you get bored? Or? Yeah, I can't actively listen to something without visuals, and then once I have some other visual, like I just want the visual instead.
Well, watching podcasts is stupid for the most part. I mean, it's just
I really like the way Explained goes about topics with the animation. Like it requires so much more preparation, but I love that stuff. It's like all the perfect combinations of things you need, things I need to remember things.
I mean, that's kind of how Radio Lab works. Like, that's kind of what they do. So yeah, that's great stuff too.
Radio Lab? What is that?
It's a podcast where they do like investigative journalism into like really cool and obscure topics that and it's produced in a really beautiful, really pleasing, like kind of like you know how it's playing like a cut between like the narrator to like a scientist or like somebody who's in a toll. So like Radio Lab does that. It's very smooth and very. That was what got me started. Is it visual and audio? No, that was not. There's a lot of videos in audio. And like last podcast from West, for example, they also do like live shows. I went through this last year when we got again with people.
You know what I think my problem is with a lot of books? Most of the things that people try and explain in books are better explained in like long form content like that, but it just doesn't seem efficient to me to give that much energy to an idea when there's easier ways to apply it. I feel like really the writing of the book and the reading of the book. Well, like if there's 200 pages on some concept, like say, I feel like it's explained only a little bit less adequately via like 20-minute documentary. I don't want to watch it. Like, that's why I'm really excited to read that complex. I read this book on the study of entropy. What's his name? Stirling? Huh? Stirling? I think it's called The Nature of Evil. I think that was Stirling. He's been studying empathy and neuroscience and the intersection between the two for like 50 years. I heard him on something. He's a cool guy.
What do you think about it?
It's been a long time, honestly. The information is stuck pretty well. I think what was really cool, he spent like a large part of the book explaining like the first like 50 or 60 pages was just talking about like neurological pathways that are activated. But since I was a senior in high school, I kind of skipped over a lot of that.
Right.
But I really liked his case study and how he explained like empathy as like 2 spectrums. One of them is your ability to understand emotions, and one of them is your ability to understand you just feel them. They're like really understand. They're like multiple zero case situations in his eyes. And I think it's a pretty interesting way to look at it. I also like his stance on like autism and how it's just like being on the empathy spectrum. Just one of them. Just understanding other emotions.
Just like there's problems we found in neurodiversity, and it's also that we develop to have autistic like children whose bodies they are useful in ways that non-autistic are not, and having neurodiversity for the tribe basically. But what do you think that empathy is a good or bad thing? Because I heard a very good argument that empathy is a bad thing.
I want to hear that.
So the argument basically is empathy is what allows you to try to read the story in that way, right? So that's the obvious example, right? And then, what if the one person is one of your family members, right? So now you're trying to like the family. Or a better example would be just taking a house burning down, right? And there's a little girl in there, right? And she's gonna die. And you can go through.
Have anything like this?
But also there's a kind of
Any swamps?
and
I guess so. Not really.
you could sell that for say
I think so, yeah. I think we have some like wetland area. but it definitely doesn't look like it does on the East Coast. Everything looks different out here.
How different is that?
I mean, it's recognizable, like, same areas, but, you know, the trees are different, and there's, like, Texas in general is a little bit more, like, dry, I think. The East Coast, I feel like it's just super recognizable. Like, wildlife and development.
Yeah.
It's a cool place. Did you ever consider going west?
Really? I mean, I don't know. Maybe, honestly, like, I like it here. I also like that, like, my family and friends are here. So I just have to leave all that behind,
Yeah.
you know? But, but yeah, the other West Coast experience I've had was San Francisco.
Nice.
And I enjoyed San Francisco a lot. It's great. I think I'm going to Monterey next year. My mom's husband has family there. We're going to visit. That's pretty cool, I think. But that's like north, right?
Yeah, that's like in the San Francisco area, kind of.
But no, I remember never been to LA. But my stepfather's like nephew lives there. Like, works in like the film industry, and like wants me to come visit and stuff. That'd be cool, I think. He lives in West Hollywood.
What does he do for film?
He does like visual effects work.
Nice.
Like the last big thing he did was like a new Star Trek show.
Mm-hmm.
He worked on that.
That stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
Anything where you're giving just hours and hours and hours for like one little thing.
Yeah, 1 second that maybe half of people won't even notice.
Yeah, it's crazy. The only time people notice is if you do a bad job.
Exactly. My mom always says, my mom used to go to the West Coast all the time for work and stuff, and she said that she always thinks I'd like it out there because it's like a little like slower paced, more my speed, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. And the weather's like, you know, Southern California, obviously it's like always nice and sunny.
Is that something you'd want?
Yeah, I don't mind. I like the season. I like winter and I like fall. But I don't know. I definitely thrive in the heat, for sure.
Some of the areas around LA, like not LA, like, I think LA is a pretty bad place, but some of the people I know who live in the areas around there, like 40 minutes or whatever from LA, say that it's pretty nice.
Yeah, not bad at all.
I thought that, I mean, I only did one day, I guess, but New York City seems like not as bad as people like claim it is, and LA I think is worse.
Really?
Yeah. LA has
What do
like,
people say bad about New York?
I mean, people are just like, yeah, like it smells bad and like it's just touristy and
Well, I mean, it's touristy in like the areas that we brought you, but like,
yeah,
I mean, you saw at the end of the night when we went back to the village, there's like no one around.
yeah.
But
I didn't feel like it was that like touristy wise. I wasn't overwhelmed. I thought it'd be worse.
terms of like the smell, I mean, it definitely smells like if it's like 100 degrees in July and it's trash day. Yeah, it's gonna smell. And sometimes you'll smell like piss on the subway stations.
Yeah.
But like sometimes. But I'm just saying, like New York doesn't smell as bad as people like to claim.
Yeah, I guess so. It's pretty bad though.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm just immune to it.
Yeah.
In the summer, it's real.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. Trash day in the summer.
Do you like Boston?
Never been to Boston.
You don't like Philadelphia.
I don't like Philly. Miami's way too hot.
Have you been to Vermont?
Yes, I went to Vermont for the first time 2 or 3 years ago. Took a little vacation with my friends. We went snowmobiling and shit and got an Airbnb. It was awesome.
Say,
I love it. Burlington.
that's really cool.
Dad actually just bought, or I should say his girlfriend, just bought a church in Vermont, an abandoned church. But they're like, it has like an apartment attached. And he told me this. What are we doing here? Like, you guys bought a church? Yeah, we're gonna like
Start a new religion.
fix it up and like an apartment. Like maybe we'll like rent it out. And like weirdos who want to like Airbnb a church. Or like maybe we'll use it as like a weekend place if we wanted to like ski there or something.
That's so funny.
Okay. Sure.
All those people who just care about their cameras. Can't live in the moment. Yeah.
No, I thought they were. They're not. There was one time we were here. People like to go bird watching here and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just like traipsing through, talking loudly, as we always do. We were felt so bad because we were like, if you're just like being like just ahead of us trying to bird watch. It was so loud and probably scaring like
Yeah, all the birds away.
everything away.
Cool bird, what?
Cool bird blinds.
Oh, okay.
Stop for a mow. Mine.
Ethan, I'm feeling the call to your void.
This is it.
I'm feeling the call.
Watch out, there's a train! I thought we were finally doing that thing for the viewers there. Live streamer pounds best friend in public park.
Yeah, but you can't see it on the camera. It's just
Boom,
facing the other
boom.
way.
Yeah, we just did it.
It's like that scene from Love Actually.
None of okay.
Ethan, you just watched the movie like 2 days ago. We haven't seen it.
Really?
I've never seen that movie.
I've seen it like 3 times, but every other time I fell asleep. Okay, guys, there's something I want to show
Is
you.
that a chick flick?
Big time. That's one of
No.
the. That's one of the.
It's a man movie. It's
one of the
got some
classics.
romance in it. All right, guys, check this out.
Should we wait for them to pass? Should we wait for them to pass?
If anything, I think we should just go faster. They're taking pictures too. Because we're gonna go that way anyway. Alright, do you want to just keep going?
Zoom.
You guys like that?
No.
what was it? We were doing a podcast, and I was like, we were talking to somebody. He was like, "Oh yeah, like I guess like yeah, that's fine, but actually like there's something really interesting that happened. Do you want me to tell you that?" And we're like, "Nah." It was Michael.
You guys said that to me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What it was me. You guys have done this to me like probably 3 times.
Yeah, that. I have like maybe like 5 days worth of things after that.
Ethan,
When are we going to do
sorry.
the podcast episode?
Probably after this, right?
Look at that. We both spoke, and then we lost our chance.
But usually when
I
it
was
comes to
gonna
like
say- oh, I remember.
it takes about 150 pages. So I should get through it in like
We're gonna get
in
into
an hour.
50 pages in an hour?
Yeah, I'll just speed read for that.
Ethan, what was their reaction when Brian, because this wasn't recording, but when Brian read all his Gary puns?
Oh yeah, 500 and something. I didn't even read them all. I had more.
Oh, honestly, I was like, what the hell is this thing?
Yeah, that was the idea.
That's what I thought too. That worked out.
I literally thought there's no way this makes it in the podcast.
What happened was like I came up with like a couple, and then I just like kept coming up with them, and then I was at like 20, and I was like, picked an arbitrary number. I was like, okay, what like if I do 100, and then I got to like 130 by the end of my shift.
Jesus.
And yeah, so I figured I could use it. But
Michael, you know how there are cracks on these?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I bike to and from, or bike home from work, my hands are always really cold, and when I take the key out, like half the time I drop it on our thing, and I have like a mini heart attack thinking that key is gonna fall through the cracks. But my hands are too cold to like work properly.
I hold my keys with 2 hands when I walk back to the bridge.
Really?
Yeah,
I hold everything with 2 hands when I walk back to a bridge. Actually,
I also-
like if I go like when I was holding this in New York, I was like grip it really tight whenever I walk past it.
Yeah.
And like those the gaps in
You're gonna say?
elevators.
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask Ethan about his modafinil.
Yeah. If I'm in the bathroom using my phone, which is 100% of the time, if I'm taking a piss, I will, if I need to pass my phone from one hand to the other, I'll hold it with both hands in the middle, and then I won't let go with my second hand until it's over the. And the
Ethan,
funny thing is I've never dropped anything like that either, so it's like, it's not like it happened, but I'm just like so afraid.
Ethan, how's your modafinil?
I'm at Afnol.
Yeah.
Good. No, it was the hypodrive.
I'm good, man.
It was 4F, 3PO.
How's your C3PO doing?
Is that a robot in the Doppler movie?
Dude, I can't believe that game. Like,
Oh yeah.
the weirdest part about it is that I almost remember the game like it was actual reality.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Dude, when I played poker, I experienced that hand thing when I came out.
Yeah.
That's weird.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. You
I
gotta,
actually
do,
made
you gotta do number 2 and 3 still.
I made enough
So
money
good.
for us to have more than what we started with, but I was playing across from this guy, and me and him were just chilling while other people came in the lobby, and he didn't have much money left, so there was like 2 hands where I'm like, he wasn't that good at poker, but he was cool, and so there were like 2 hands where I was like, what do you have right now? And he'd be like, I have 2 pair, and I'm like, all right, call this bet, and I would put in like 1,000, and he would call it, then he'd get 1,000, and he got to keep playing with me.
Now, how much money do we have now?
Probably like 10,000.
That's good.
Do you have that moment when you get the lightsaber yesterday that you're just like, yeah, like this is what I've been wanting.
Yeah, I was sick.
Finally.
That was so cool. I feel like they timed it well.
Dude, I was doing this shit when I was playing that, where I would hold it behind my back
Uh huh.
and just like do it like that, and it would track perfectly. It was
Yeah.
great. It was like, I'm gonna hold it this style. It was super cool.
I was thinking about how like in a couple of years when VR's better,
Or like hold the thing upside down.
Yeah, yeah, I was
I'm
thinking
just
that.
like,
That's really
It
cool.
works. It's
You know,
great.
you go into the room, they're on their VR, and you're like, you should probably not do that too much. But then there's no good argument. Like, it is better. Like, if it's that good, like, how do you even make a good argument for, like, maybe you can spend some time in there? But
Well, it's healthy to spend time outside.
no, I agree. But, like, it's one thing to be like, oh, stop playing, like, Call of Duty. But another thing if you're, like, literally, like, hanging out with your friends, like, running out, like, you know what I mean? Like, once it
You know what I think is gonna be sick? When they start adding in like really well integrated and affordable props.
And, like, NPCs.
So like your lightsaber is like literally like it's like a metal lightsaber.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's gonna be tight. I was thinking they're already. I know that they're planning on adding in like an integrated e-cig with that same brand. I'm 100% sure. So that so when you're playing poker, you hit your real one, and it's showing you hit the little thing, I'm so positive that's what they're
That'd
gonna
be
do.
pretty easy to do. 'Cause
I know.
It has the cameras on the front. And if it can track your hands,
Yeah.
and all it needs is like one little sensor in the thing to know, like, for the camera to pick up. This is the e-stick.
It doesn't even need to use the camera sensor. You can just use like location things from on Bluetooth e-stick.
I'm positive. Ow! Fuck.
Dude, when that hand thing gets like actually fully realized, and you don't even need like the controllers anymore.
That's gonna be cool too.
Insane.
Dude, I'm hyped for
But
make a Yu-Gi-Oh!
that's gonna be interesting because part of the feedback does come from the controllers. So
You're right.
That's a really cool idea.
So maybe it will be like a glove or like
Yeah.
a little like strap that goes over.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
has like a little vibration in it or something.
yeah.
Or so
You
they
guys
can like
hear that?
can tell when you like just flex your fingers or something.
What?
What?
Brian brought up when they brought up like the card games like Pokemon
or Yu-Gi-Oh!
and
Or
you like play the card and the thing actually shows up.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be so sick. Especially because I remember playing Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid, and like I would always play my cards when I was playing the game correctly with my friends according to the rules. And I remember that.
Uncle, you want to hear something insane?
Yeah.
Shelby and Hunter are engaged.
Oh, congratulations. Shelby and Hunter, nice. That's good. I was thinking of Hannah.
I was thinking of Harley.
Me too. I'm always thinking of Harley.
I actually miss him a lot. Parker was like, I don't know, like he's definitely cool for you to stay at my house, but I don't know about Harley. And I'm like, well, did you get it for sure on Harley? Because we're a package. And I just realized like this dog has actually come in the way of my life. It's my most felt attachment to it.
Well, you need your Sarah suggestions as well. I mean,
Who else lives in the house, Ethan?
Will and some random guy.
Oh, that's cool. Will's cool.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
Harley's got to pay rent though.
I actually will have to put a deposit down for Harley.
Is Parker gonna cut you a sweet friendship deal?
I haven't talked to him about it, price yet. I think it's pretty like, my demand is pretty inelastic, but his demand is also inelastic, so it's an interesting negotiation.
so I'm not willing to bend on anything. Cool. All right.
No, not like our demands are inelastic, but our demands are like if he were to sign me because I gave him bad terms, then he would just end up paying that money anyway. So technically like $100 a month would be beneficial.
Berries and shit.
Like I need
Sweet berries.
money working in the bar, doing stuff in cultivation. Where
So you're moving the term cars not really relevant.
Here's something for you letting us stay at your place. Trying to pay you a little bit.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. It's actually Brian's. Fell out of his pocket, but
Yeah, I was just
it's the least I could do.
I'm surprised you didn't turn around and look for it.
What's that?
What?
Why is that? Why is that surprising?
Oh, no, because you like, you like money.
Do I? Is there any reason you think that is?
No. That's just you, man.
You say Jew?
That's just you.
I heard Jew.
That's just you.
Yeah, this is what I meant by the way when I said there'd be a good spot for pictures. This is cool. Yeah, it's dope. I'm gonna go up there and pee.
Man, this is so cool. I like these berries.
Cool.
This is awesome. You know, it'd be fun to like go under here, and then when someone's coming by, you
Grab
like,
their leg?
yeah. It'd be really funny. Probably kick your hand and break it. Now pan to me, Ethan. Pan to me.
It's gonna be really hard to get it focused on you.
That was it. Yep. Boop, 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 boop. I love coming out in nature so I can check my phone.
this is my favorite place to check my phone.
You know what I really don't like, actually? I don't like using my computer outside.
Me neither, dude. It's the worst. I don't know why Davey always does it. She tries to convince me to do it.
It feels very sickly. Makes me like aware of the lack of nature in my life, and kind of makes me feel gross. Feels wrong. Everything about it feels wrong. You know what I mean? It's like our two sides clashing and they don't get along.
But it's also like just utility-wise, it's a lot harder to see your
Oh,
screen.
it's super dumb. Yeah, the temperatures are bad. There's never a good temperature
Yeah.
to be sitting down on a computer.
If I make enough money this term coming up, this like by staying and saving up, I'm gonna fix my drone. That's something I really miss, is flying my drone around. Crash into big metal poles because my brain is totally incapacitated by alcohol abuse.
So what's like the generic name for what Ethan put in his nostrils this morning?
There's one.
Okay.
It
We
was
call it
hydro, right? Or peroxo.
chemical C3812.
Do you know what the first clause was at? The first clause, like the prefix?
Which droid is your favorite?
The good intent.
Dude, oh, that's tough. Annoying.
It was
funny though.
It was a fluoromethylphenidate.
Probably R2.
Nice. R2's chiller.
Kind of important, but like awesome.
Yeah.
He saves the day a lot.
Yeah. I remember he was so cool in episode 3.
You know, when he like started like fucking burning people.
Yeah, he was electrocuting people and stuff. That was hype. He was like the star early on.
You know who I do like though? The fucking
But I'm better with
droid in Rogue One.
That's who I was gonna say.
Sassy one.
Yeah, the big one. Yeah,
Clobbering people.
it's pretty dope.
That might be him actually.
He has a better sense of humor than C-3PO.
Sure.
More with the times, at least.
Oh.
New trail.
The new Star Wars game, Jedi Fallen Order, just came out. It's pretty fun.
Wait, say that again.
There's a new Star Wars game for like Xbox and PS.
Oh, okay.
Jedi Fallen Order is pretty fun. And you can fight a bunch of those. He's like a security droid technically. He's like an Imperial security that you programmed to Rogue One. But you fight a bunch of the actual normal ones, and it's like it's fucking like they just knock you down.
You've been playing the game?
Yeah, I finished it. It's great.
That's cool.
A lot of fun. It's like the most customizable like lightsaber stuff. In terms of, like you can like choose all your sleeve, your emitter,
That's sick.
switch, color.
That's really cool.
And then like the combat is actually really good lightsaber combat. It's kind of like it's like you can't just like button mash. You actually have to like parry and like roll, dodge, and like it's,
Nice.
It's kind of like the Dark Souls games. If you ever played those, or
No, I haven't.
They're like really tough like slashers kind of. Where you actually can't just button mash. You actually like strategically do things.
That's what it's called, a slasher.
That's what I'm calling it.
Okay. You ever play this old like Lord of the Rings game where you go like turn by turn? And
Oh, the Third Age?
is that what it
I
is?
think that's what it was called.
Dude,
I
yeah.
did play that, yeah.
How badass was that
I
game?
love that game.
Do you know like other games like that?
Yeah, I could definitely find some other games like that. I love like, I used to love, I probably still do, because I play for like turn-based RPGs like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely figure out some other ones.
That was literally I played that game, I was like, this is so sick. Like, but I also never beat this like horseman level, so I was just stuck there. And then I never played it again. How did it feel playing like normal video games after being in VR? Feel dumb?
No, you know why? Because like the VR, I mean the VR is cool and it's like a little gimmicky, I guess. But like, they're not quite at that level yet where like
Sure.
I could play a regular video game for hours and not stop, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas VR, I think after like an hour I have to like take a break.
Okay.
And I start physically like feeling not ill, but like
Disassociated?
yes, exactly. Where I have to take. I think they even recommend that you take a break. Half hour, you're supposed to, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. So in that sense, I do like regular video games still more.
This one dude did like VR Minecraft, and he did this thing where he stayed in VR Minecraft for like 72 hours.
Shit. He like lose his mind at the end.
No, actually might have been a week. It was one of the two.
But like didn't take the headset off for a week.
Didn't take the headset off, so he slept.
Like,
I guess he
or
just
sleeping too.
kept the headset on when he went to the bathroom. But yeah, he didn't open his eyes outside of. But he kept it on, and like when he was sleeping, he had to face like practical problems. Like he had to listen to the spiders and stuff above him, like in his Minecraft house.
Oh.
He said it was really annoying.
So he was actually like in bed in his Minecraft.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was cool.
I'm just playing this game right now.
Oh, no way, a long lizard frog shrew?
That's a dead rat.
A dead mouse.
I think so,
I
yeah.
don't know what a chupacabra is. I think you're playing with me though.
Some Mexican folklore.
I think it's the Jersey Devil.
Yeah, I finally we got him.
Do you want this?
It's smaller in person. Yeah, I want it.
Everyone pose.
Just throw it up, like right up below my
I don't
waist
know if
level.
that's a good idea, dude.
Logan Paul.
Dude, if that hit
Simon
me,
We are getting in trouble for that.
if that like hit me in the mouth,
You're lucky I'm a soccer player.
just like cancel.
I was kind of expecting it to.
That'd be so gross to explode.
I don't need you anymore. It's already over.
Yeah, honestly, things like that aren't that gross.
I already have all your money. Well, I am going to surprise charge all of you on January 1st, twice. Yeah, before I delete
They
it.
make a little mention like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I just need this money. And then,
I need this money.
my money. You want
Dude,
more, dude?
there's nothing better than an apology where you're like, and then you explain why it clearly was not an accident. Like, listen, this is so embarrassing this happened, but
I wanted to warn you. I already spent it, and I have to keep that. What I should do. Just keep it, man.
tell me what I should do.
No problem.
That's so messed up.
I want it.
You. I need you to be my PR manager and my financial manager. One job.
Patreon,
I think Michael is
financial position where I only had like $25 to give, like within my whole budget. Like I couldn't pay bills if I gave more than $25. I subscribed for $25, and I subscribed on like the 30th, and then on the 1st I got charged again. And I'm actually like not able to pay my bills today.
And I was like, yay. We did it.
When you're telling you this, you're like counting stacks of money. It's like, sorry, man, that sucks. Dude. I'm really sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, it's so funny when you start a year with $25,000 and then you don't have any left at the end.
That is funny. You know what's funnier than that? When you start a year with $0, and then at the end of it, you have negative $0.
That is funnier.
Actually, I've thought about this past like 2 weeks, and I'm glad that I siphoned money off the federal government to fund my own personal experiences the past 2 years.
Ethan, siphon is not the correct word.
What is the?
Borrow at a bad interest rate.
How are you?
The money I borrowed at a bad interest rate is at 6% interest.
Siphoning is what you do to like little kids when you're trying to get their blood out. So you just yourself.
So you can live forever.
It's also what you do to like a jet fuel tank when you go and steal some of the gas and use it yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Or it's like also, you know, what you do if you're like in a hospital and somebody else has the medication you want. You siphon from their bag into your own.
So is siphon wrong, or is siphon just not apply to this situation? Because I'm not that good with
No, it was the right word, but you're using it wrong because you think that you got a better deal than you did.
Siphon implies that like you're taking without any repercussions,
And it's also,
and it feels like there's repercussions because you owe the government money.
it's also a slow trickle, or like it's like over time. It's not like stealing one thing. It's like stealing a thing. You know what I mean?
Which is what Ethan did.
So, yeah, I mean,
It's just kind of you steal and then, you know,
your regular
they want some back. They want a lot more back.
regular more minute.
And even if you go bankrupt, you still have to pay it back.
Oh fuck! I didn't even think about this. We'll do this okay. I got a loan. I don't have a co-signer for any of my loans. So the only loan institution that will give me anything is called a set independent, and it's an independent no co-signer loan based off your credit score.
I don't like
Mine
this
is
already.
right.
Okay, not so bad.
And actually, this is funny. I applied for the most basic credit card because I don't have a co-signer. I got rejected because it's just commonplace to have like your parents sign on things. So I couldn't even like build my credit. So the only way I can build my credit is by like
Get to lease a car or something.
yeah, that sounds cool.
But that's how you build credit. I mean,
I'm not gonna lease a car in America. I think I'm just gonna have a bad credit score in America and literally be like, all right, bye America.
630 is not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. I mean, it's pretty fun.
I don't think I've ever made a late payment on anything according to
Yeah,
credit.
that's probably why. I mean, you need bigger loans to get better credit, but
I think paying off my student loans will make a big difference.
I don't, you know, your student, I don't think you can get positive credit with 19.
You can, if you consolidate them too, it counts as like having a new deadline open, closing all the other deadlines.
Gotcha. So I think it's either medical or school loans where you don't actually get positive credit. You can use credit, you know.
Oops, sorry.
Do you want to hear a crazy student loan story? when my mom consolidated her student loans, like years later, there was like this thing that happened where her consolidated student loans doubled. And they left all the existing loans, and the consolidated loan existed, and she couldn't get it fixed. She tried for like 10 years, so she went from having like 40,000 to 80,000.
Okay.
And all of those are accruing interest, and now it's up to like 100,000. And now she has like a good enough income where if she had the 40,000, she could pay it off pretty easily. But that came so late in her life that she's just planning on dying with debt. Yeah, dying with debt.
But so,
I think they should change the law and make it so your kids take it afterwards.
yeah.
It's only fair.
I mean, 'cause, like, who's looking out for these, loan companies?
The government. We need to get the feds their bills.
I saw Sally Mae on the street begging.
Sally Mae.
Sometimes I get irritated that my parents don't like co-sign all these easy debts for me because it's so inconvenient for me and other people do it. But then I realize like this isn't a flaw with my parents, this is a flaw with the system. Yeah. So my parents aren't buying into it.
This is my least favorite topic, student loans.
Because you have student loans.
Well, because I do. It's always in the back of my
We're talking
mind.
about turning 30.
Oh, okay. Let's actually talk about student loans.
They're dirty.
Go back to Star Wars.
See, now that I have it, I'm only
Wait, what was the rest of the story?
Because I have student loans. That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's going to be with me for a while. And it's like there's no chance of ever paying it off.
That's cool.
But, like, but I don't know. It's just like it's always. I don't know. It bums me out so much that like just in this fucking hole of like paying every month for I don't know like for 6 years now, and like you know.
What's your monthly payment like?
$450.
Oh wow, that's quite a bit actually.
It used to be like that.
Nice. Can't you just be like, I can't pay this, and then they make it less?
Well,
Like your payments, I mean.
How much time do you have left on your newsletter?
How much time? Probably a good bit.
Like 3 or 4 hours?
Maybe like 2.5 to 3.
Yeah, that's probably how much time I have for school.
Could be more. We'll see. Put together a what?
The Shelby episode.
Okay.
Well, Ethan was asking if I was going to edit any audio, and I said we're probably not going to have time, but I didn't realize that.
Yeah, if I run out of time for the newsletter, I just hire someone else to do it.
I hear you like home with mine.
I did do his newsletter last week. You can read it.
I don't think I did read that, actually.
why would you? You're not a patron. You have no right to it.
I'm not a patron. I can't.
What is it? Say it.
Michael, if he subscribes on Patreon, does he get access to his newsletter?
Yeah, you get them all.
Actually, those would be really good if you read maybe this one, because that's the only way I get emotionally inside
Do you like the newsletters?
Do you have a Patreon on it? I like the parts where you take money away from you.
That's actually a program exclusive to me.
Do you have a Patreon one? Try to make posts there, all the numbers.
It's actually funny. Brian and I have been together every Sunday, last few Sundays, because we're watching that show Watchmen together. And
Not together, okay?
like separately, like not like line.
Like your arms are on each other, but it's not like that.
Yeah.
It's just cold.
Yeah, that's the trees in my house.
Really nice temperature.
And like, you know, the first time we got mentioned, I was like, oh shit, no.
In the newsletter.
Yeah, and then like, I think it was last week or the week before when we last mentioned we got, I was like, didn't even like pause the show, just like held my phone like, oh, we got to mention. He's like, the lack of excitement over the weeks as we got mentioned more and more in the newsletter.
How it went from being like,
Holy shit! So like, oh look, another one.
Now you guys get mad if I mention you. You're like, ew.
Something with me?
I'll be associated with that.
I got
This is a super fan.
This guy's like a friggin' level 3 parasocial. Stop. Go to my house.
And one of them is I got 7 copies.
This was like unreal and super surreal. This whole few days.
That's what I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out, but I also kind of want a feature.
Feels pretty weird.
Very cool though.
That could be something.
Honestly, the weirdest part for me is like, I usually wake up and I like go through the streams. I usually have a couple hours of work I do every day, like regardless of what day it is. And I just haven't done that for like a week, and so it feels like I'm actually like living, which is a pretty weird concept.
Dude, I will, yeah, like I said, like not going to work.
Yeah, yeah.
I literally turn all my alarms on my phone off.
That's so cool.
It's like,
Yeah, dope.
and like, I'm like, it's not like, not, you know how like you go on the internet and you have like, you got like, you got your websites you go to, like,
Right.
you check out and you might be like a couple hours, you go back and check them again, like, I haven't like been on Reddit or like anything like that since you guys got here, and like, not even like search the internet or anything like that.
Yeah.
And like I play this mobile game that I'm like obsessed with. And,
The
like,
Star Wars one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see me doing that earlier?
I've seen you pop it open a couple of times.
Yeah. And like, even with that, usually I'm on that like an hour a day. I'm just opening it to like get like the daily like log
Yeah.
closing. And like that feels big too.
Thanks to my completely immersive social media experiment, we're able to free ourselves. Oh, that's cool.
I don't even have any desire to like even last night when I went to bed, I was like up for like half hour or so probably. Like on my laptop, I was like, I really need to do this right now.
Like what were you gonna do? Hit Reddit or something?
Yeah, or like anything like that. Sure. You guys go ahead. Whatever we'll do on laptops at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
That girl texted me again. They're going to TV tonight as well.
Is that a bar?
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's really easy. This girl throw herself crying.
Is that true?
What do you say?
This girl's gonna throw herself at you?
Possibly.
That's awesome. I'm gonna need some modafinil for this. So modafinil is the one that was in the packets, right?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
the one that Donald Trump got. The journalist and Donald Trump has been using for a really long time. So it's presidential. It's very
Speedy Trump.
bona fide.
Trump is very fast.
I think hamburgers maybe.
You guys ever see the memes of Trump like playing tennis where he has like just a huge rear end?
He's got a 60 back there. He's got to take a pot of it. Got some oval hitters.
Michael, if I stick around until March, I can also do grad courses for people graduating.
That's hilarious. How do you? So yeah, I feel like you made a revelation where you were gonna say something about your loan, but then I didn't hear what happened. No, I was gonna ask Ethan because he was like, he was like,
Oh,
what?
I'm glad I used my loan the way I did. Like, I think it's worth
No. You said like, oh shit, something about a cent loan. Like, how are the student
Oh,
loans?
yeah. I said, oh shit, because I have to pay my loans the next 3 months. I have to pay $200 a month in repayment right now.
Wow. And what is that percentage of payment compared to interest?
That's probably just interest.
Yeah, it's definitely just.
That's so funny. That sucks.
My plan is as soon as I have like a notable wage. Honestly, if I were to keep working at the bar, I would put like half of my income towards paying off loans and just overpay every month by a lot. My plan is to I'll make the minimum payments on the federal loans at first, and just make like as much money as I can possibly spare towards the bad loans.
This is a great oak, by the way. It's just a tree that they call that. I don't know.
Well, that's great. I mean, this is great. Wow,
Yeah, if you were on mushrooms, if I accidentally took you mushrooms, you might go have sex with it or something.
that's great.
That's what Wyatt always says. Wyatt always says he fucking ate mushrooms and came here one time and had sex with the tree for an hour.
Brian, I feel like you would like.
This is
Oh, I
great.
can't remember the name of the science. Like 400. My friend Ben really likes mycology. He does it like multiple times a week. It's like one of his biggest passions. And he studies computer.
Ethan, come over here. Over here. Watch this. Come really close. I love you. You're so soft. You're so soft. I love you.
Actually kiss it.
A really tall guy probably humped that exact spot one time.
That's impossible.
He's really tall.
I can hear you.
I guess we all can.
Whoa. What's the stupid question? Are trees polyamorous?
If a tree falls in the wood and no one's around to hear it, did it make a sound?
Guys, come over here. Come over here.
That is a stupid question, but it's not for...
Everyone come close. What is it?
I think it's saying that.
What is it you want to tell me? You can tell me. That's okay.
I think it's saying, I'm Indian, get this bigot away from me.
Hey.
I just love nature.
Michael, when was the last time you went on, like, just a hike through a big wood?
I went on a couple of trails in College Station, but not like this.
Dude, this is like the perfect running trail, actually. Yeah. Not with icy, but...
You see that tree in my driveway? It looks like a vagina.
No, I haven't.
You can fuck that if you want.
Alright, that's cool. I actually just kind of have something... It's not, like, serious, but I definitely have something going with that great oak. So...
So it's like kind of like a horseshoe shape, and it can go all the way around
Alright.
the horseshoe.
I'll think about it.
Say it's like maybe 4 miles or something like that, 4 or 5 miles. So you can go around the middle. I mean, we can look at the map here.
Someone sent me an email for you, Simon.
Email for me?
Yeah.
What were they say?
I don't know. Someone I replied with confusion, and I didn't check to see if I got more information. But it was like a website, and they're like, "This is for Simon," and they gave you like a username and a password. That was theirs.
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal was, but after I get more information or before, I'll pass it on to you.
I can't even imagine what it's going to be.
It looks like it might be like a dating site or something, but I'm not really sure. It looked like a site where you go on there and then you win a free laptop because you're the millionth visitor. No, I'm not sure what it is.
So we've gone 2.6 miles.
A random email.
Oh, it's someone I know, and they're actually really tight, but
4 miles or so.
I just not sure what they referenced like me asking for it or something, but I don't remember if I said anything, so I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. But they're a cool person.
By the way, the swamp goes like all the light green part past here. Like I said, the swamp is I think the biggest national park in the movie. You can go. This is just one parking lot. Like there's a million other parking lots. It would go like out to here. It's like a massive place.
We get to see a parking lot today.
Huh? We could take you to. I think I know the parking lot where all the buses park. Could be funny.
I've never seen one before in America, so I'd love to give something in here.
I don't know how long that one is, but...
Anything cool in there?
I mean, I have my. We can always,
Hold on,
I
hold
have my Fitbit on. I can always look at it and then.
We ever go to the trail?
We used to do these. We used to run on trails like this. My hometown. I feel like I'm getting.
I don't want to lose touch with you.
You mean further up the road?
the one hey, I'm not Davey.
I'm not your girlfriend.
Where to make a left and say what?
Dude, it's like you actually got confused and thought I was Davey.
That was funny.
No, we are going over there.
It would have been funny if you did the lip flick thing.
That
would have been funny.
No, I was actually wrong.
I was
actually wrong. I tried to put it in your mouth hole, and I literally missed. I just tried to put it right between your teeth, and I just missed by a little bit.
Oh, I wouldn't appreciate that either way.
It was just going to be in there a little bit.
Trying to flick my like.
It was just going to go right in your mouth a little bit. Just going to touch your tongue.
Maybe
Michael got 15 minutes.
last night I was talking to JB after you guys went to bed.
Oh,
I was like, I have to poop.
no.
I was like, I have to poop really bad.
It's a familiar story.
And then you have ideas.
Shut up.
He was like, okay, we'll talk later. And I pooped. I pooped so fast. It was like a 25-second poop and wipe combined. There was no pee with it. Yeah. It was just like, I got up there, I pooped one little turd, solid turned out, and then I wiped like once or twice. There was like no poop on it because it was such a clean poop. So I went downstairs and called her less than a minute between like when I hung up and called her.
She was asleep.
Put that on your resume.
And she was asleep.
And she was like, I was like, I just pooped in that quart of the time. And she was like, did you wipe? And I was like, yeah, I wiped. She's like, do you wash your hands? And I was like, no, absolutely not. And then we had a conversation about how I'm not going to wash my hands in my feet dry. I wash my hands if it's like I touch raw fish.
Ethan has the mud touch.
I smell my hands. I have to smell their poop, then I wash. I like to smell gross things. If it came from me and it's a gross thing, I'm happy to smell it. Or like any kind of like weird like food stuff. Right? I like gross smells and like weird things.
You ever had that stinky fruit?
The jackfruit or what's it called?
It looks like jackfruit, but it's different, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think I've had that one. That's
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
I've heard that stuff is bomb.
I don't like it.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, I've tried tons of it. We tried it in Thailand together for the first time.
yeah, they eat a lot of it.
I do not remember trying it.
We got a bag of it while we were on the scooters in this market area.
It was like while we were riding our scooters around Chiang Mai.
I remember it smelling bad.
It was, I can explain the exact situation when we tried it. So you remember that roundabout that like made us go on the wrong side of the road and nothing made sense?
Yeah.
Remember that area we were biking around near there that was kind of like
The late night marketplace.
Not the late night marketplace. It was like a daytime marketplace.
Did we go and it was dark though? Yeah, Durian.
Yeah, actually that's where we met the girls from the elephant place. Was that same street. You remember that?
Like we met up with them?
Yeah, we met them. We ran into them at like this hostel or something.
Dude, if I would have known the rules of engagement in hostel culture, I would have married one of those girls.
No, you would have had sex with them.
Same thing. Remember that big monster beetle that screamed at me?
Dude, that was the most insane thing I've ever seen in a foreign country.
Yeah, that was horrifying.
There was this giant bug, like
How big? Like this big?
Dude, we could find a rock that was the same size of it, and it would give you an indication.
it was huge, but it was on Michael's neck or what?
It was
somewhere,
it was bigger than half a golf ball.
and it was on Michael's. When it flew, it was huge. But it was on Michael's back, and he like went like this, like because he felt something on there. Yeah. And then.
And I'm telling you the size in relation to a golf ball because when I felt it on my neck, it was feeling a large object, a large hard object on my neck.
And when he touches it, it like screeches. It's like.
No, like it literally sounded like a small child's human scream, full volume.
And it flew away, and it was so big when it flew. It was like
Probably like that big when it flew.
yeah.
And I never felt it like land on me. It just was on my neck, just eating my blood. I don't think it bit me, but it was pretty cool. And then I ate some weird sausage and felt gross afterwards.
Yeah, I remember eating a lot of weird sausage in Thailand.
The only thing in Thailand that I could reliably eat, that I could find someplace and be like, all right, this is food, was like these lime chili cashews. And so I ate tons of those.
The thing that Michael and I survived off of during our layover in Guangzhou.
Wait, I got some of those from Trader Joe's.
What were they?
Yeah, yeah.
Spicy fish?
Yeah, spiced fish was Slapsburg. Slapsylvania.
Slaps in the context of we hadn't tasted anything.
No, I actually really like that stuff.
Isn't it funny how
Yeah.
close you were to Korea?
We should have gone.
Is Guangzhou close to Korea? I thought it was inland.
I mean, relatively to here.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't really think of most things relative to Korea.
I used to think about LA relative to Korea.
That's because you were worried about getting nuked.
Wouldn't that be nice though? Like if like either you die and then the people you love have to mourn you or whatever, or the people you love die and you and you attend one. But if we all got nuked at the same time, fucking no grief, nothing. Like what?
Dude, that would suck.
That would be dope.
If the world just decided to nuke everything, we would end like most of life as it is.
Right, which would be fine. I mean, the Earth would go on and everything.
You remember when Hawaii had that? You remember when Hawaii had that like false alert thing, like ballistic missile inbound? Remember that a couple years ago?
I do vaguely, yeah.
Insane. people didn't know for like 15 minutes that it was fake.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a pretty chill place that happened here.
That was in New York City. Came over.
Yeah, no, well, you need all feel looting probably.
Yeah.
Although, looting for what? The TV that's been getting
If we had like some basic understanding of something wrong, and
People
before,
short the alarm system.
Like, in here and told us like this is it. I'll show you why. Yeah. And then they showed us, and we were like, wow.
Well, I mean, that's the Fermi paradox. It's like, if the universe is infinite, then that means that there's infinite light out there, so where the fuck is it? But there's good reasons, good theories, I guess.
Brian, what's the second that one?
That doesn't happen.
Well, there's this one. Brian, what's the second one? We don't ever go there.
I didn't even know there was a thing. I've never even seen that.
Right?
What is that?
Is it new?
I don't know. It's the past.
Can we scope it out?
Yeah, we can go that way.
It's right there where the
Well, it's on the way, like, back, too. Like, we can go... But yeah, I mean, one of the main, like... I mean, the best one to me is the simulation theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only makes sense. I mean, like, imagine if we were at a point where, technologically speaking, where, you know, we knew there was going to be an asteroid that was going to hit us in 10 years, or we knew, or nuclear war is coming or something like that. And so you grab Ted from IT, right? And you're like, look, dude, we need more time to figure out how to solve this problem, or else we're all going to die, blah, blah, blah. And Ted goes, all right, here's the idea I got. I made a simulation that you can put your brain into, and time will be much slower there, and you can take your time and figure out how to fix this thing. And then that escalates, more life appears, and then they reach nuclear winter and asteroid coming, and they go, fuck, what are we going to do? And they go grab Ted from IT and simulate because things don't make sense on the quantum level. It's almost as if...
Michael, how would you, didn't you just, oh no, that was Brian. Dude, I think you have to get a full ladder signal on IBS.
No, I think it's
That's one thing I would do.
Ketamine seems cool. Rich people do ketamine.
What?
Rich people do ketamine.
Rich people?
Yeah.
Do that?
Yeah. My friend goes to a lot of rich people parties. Everyone does ketamine there.
It's not much of a party drug, but...
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean...
Rich people parties are probably sad anyways.
If you do enough ketamine, you're like out of your body, completely out of your body. So you're like laying on, like somebody could be talking to you, you don't even hear the word. Like,
That's awesome.
DMT?
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's kind of like indescribable. Like imagine if there were like colors
Here, you
that
just-
didn't exist and shapes that shouldn't exist. And I mean, if you do enough of it, you get just rocketed out of your body. Like there's no such thing as you. You're completely destroyed. You're just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah.
And every time there's always been some kind of like, I don't know, they look like crab-like kind of like things that kind of guide you
A little
around
bit.
and show you stuff, and
Thank
it's
you.
all like fractal patterns, and it's really cool.
What is the, is there an element of like ego death when you come out?
Thank you.
Yeah, big time.
Have you ever had a revelation from ego death type experience that just changed your outlook on things?
Absolutely. That's, I mean, that I would, if anything, I would say that those experiences have been integral to the development of the person I am. Absolutely, yeah.
Have you ever had a negative lasting effect of any trip? Any fears that like surfaced and became magnified, or things you saw that like affected you negatively?
One time I got into, or more than one time, but like you can get into like weird thought loops. but that was combining. That's like only that was combining like psychedelics and ketamine because that ketamine really like jacks your memory up. So
you get in the thought loops where you just get stuck thinking about the same thing.
well, or you can find yourself doing the same thing. You're like, oh, I need to go find like my this, and then you're like, oh, but did I like leave the light on there? And then you just walk around in a circle for like 10 minutes, turn the light on and off, and like, you know what I mean?
I do that normally.
25C.
So yeah, so that kind of like now I have like I'm just kind of like a verse, like I'll think very like specifically like, okay, I'm gonna put this, and this here, and then that way they're all here, and now I'm not gonna have like, so I just kind of do stuff like that now. But yeah, that's pretty much it really.
I was having muscle spasms on 25C.
I get every time I do acid, it makes me like I'm like constantly doing this. It makes my muscles like seize and crazy. It's pretty nice.
One of the coolest thing about the 25C experience I had was I did it with one of my best friends at the time. He's still one of my best friends, but he went through a really bad experience in the beginning. Like he was doing that thing where like you curl up and you're like unresponsive, and he was in a bad place. And I called my friend who knew more about hallucinogenics than I did, and he's like, put on music he liked, and just sit next to him and comfort him, and then he came out of it. But the reason why he went into that is because we went outside and he saw faces in the trees.
Who did you call?
I called Colin.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Colin Petrie. And then he
Should we walk?
we like didn't want to talk anymore. We started just communicating like things like that. And we felt like we were having like a perfectly cohesive conversation. Yeah. But also Corey and I were like had the friends who would communicate non-verbally as well. Yeah, that was
we all watched it playing.
cool.
Was it cool?
Yeah, it was insane.
I should do hallucinogens while I'm live streaming. And I could watch it afterwards and see what was different from my perspective.
I feel like you'd have this like revelation in an hour or two, and it's just like drop the camera and leave.
Yeah.
You have to have someone else following you with it, I think.
I feel like it'd be really cringy because it's like cringy to watch.
Can you walk back?
Yeah. Or if someone else is watching it in general, it's like.
Well, it's cringy to watch like the drunk stream.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Same reason.
It's that, except a little less obnoxious, probably.
Anytime you're playing with a different reality than everyone else is playing with, then you look weird.
Oh, you put it back into it? Okay. That's not and then you pass it off. But I mean, if you're like, for us, we'd be like, and we would like go really hard and we try to get to 7 and stuff. And I had this experience that would happen where I would get this like really like competitive feeling where I felt like everyone was like competing against me, or I was like being scrutinized by the people around me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see them or anything, and then I would go back to this place as a child. Every time this would happen, I'd go to the same place where I was playing this like boxing. Are you ready to rumble? Yeah. And my dad was playing poker in the other room, and I was with these kids I didn't know. And I was like in that place, but not like existing there, just witnessing it.
Right.
And that was like definitely the trippiest experience I ever had, because I actually lost my location.
Right. So
went to the same place over and over.
So nitrous like ketamine is disassociative. So you'll get it's very easy to leave your body and witness like other things. I've had many experiences like that. You get to watch like one time I did a bunch and like I laid down and then like I moved my hand and then I saw my hand move in every single direction it could possibly move, like a little bit up this way, a little bit this way, a little bit this way, staying still. And then I saw the continuation of each of those eventualities, like to the end of my life.
Yeah.
And then like all of a sudden I just like opened my eyes and I was like, what? But yeah.
They should make VR where it simulates you being on ketamine.
drug VR? That actually, like, and then you can just pick your drug and then it
Yeah.
shows you what it would look like?
Yeah, but
Be
the
tight.
mental part is the fun part of the drug. It's not the visual necessarily.
You could get close, I bet.
The visuals are cool, though.
But you see different visuals depending on what your like pathology is. It's not. It's
You'd have to do some preliminary stuff.
Yeah, if we need to do some testing, I think I could.
For speed, you just make a reality that's slow.
That would be horrible.
That's Ethan right now. Ethan's like, why are these people walking so slow?
That would literally be horrible.
For you,
What are you looking at me?
more speed.
Yeah, if anything, I'd like if I could like 1.x speed reality, that would be fire.
Really?
I guess not all the time, but it would feel more mentally engaging. Like I think I'd be less bored.
I don't know. I like seeing some things up, but I feel like this year I've spent a lot more time in my thoughts.
I mean, it'd be cool to read a book, like that much faster, like, you know.
I guess so, yeah. Also, I think this year I've started to like think more about like. I think it's part of like emerging adulthood, but I realize like I'm going to die.
Good.
Like I'm not into it.
Yeah, good. That's I think everyone can sometimes do that.
When I was younger, I actually like. I think it had to do with like self-image culture and being young, but I really thought like I can't die.
Yeah.
No way, I can't let it happen.
Right. I mean, I never knew what that meant when people said, like, I was taking parents and stuff, but yeah, only recently have I, like, I always think about death a lot, and, but only in the last, like, 2 or 3 years didn't really sit in what they meant by that, and that, like, I'm only now, like, feeling my mortality, like, I kind of did feel like I could do anything.
Michael, didn't you and I have a conversation the other day? Oh yeah, it was right after I finished writing that essay where we talked about how like if you consider science from that perspective of everything could be wrong, there's no point in pushing science forward and the only thing that matters is art.
I think that was you and Connor,
Okay.
because I don't necessarily agree with that.
From that, just given like a certain set of circumstances. Like if you if this, then this, and in that case, wouldn't this be better?
Well, I think that art is science as well.
And
The
science
way
is
that
art.
art affects you, the way that you create it is also, you know, like you can't, there's no, you can't get outside of everything. I mean, everything about life is chemistry, and everything about the physical world is physics.
I think that kind of roots back to like the free will conversation though, because if you have free will, then there's like this idea of like creativity.
Well, but there's the compatibilist view, which is that hypothetically, were you to be able to know everything, you might be able to make predictions that are 100% accurate, but that doesn't really matter, and we could still act as if we have free will. So the example here is like, as if we did have free will. So the example is like, you know, let's say we're looking at a chair, right? That chair is mostly empty space. It's made up of atoms, protons, electrons, and they all stack on top of each other. Okay, supposedly, but we see a chair, right?
Yeah.
And then if you thought about it as an empty space and atom, and you can go sit on it. So on one hand, yeah, it is all of those things. It is all protons and electrons and whatever. But on the other hand, it's also just a chair. So you can kind of it's people with the compatibilist view. So you can act as though we have free will because it would be impossible to actually know all the information to invalidate free will. Like it would be impossible to actually do the calculations to see what was going to happen. So in that case, we more or less have free will. But,
Dude, what do you guys think Will did to get locked up for so long?
What do I think who did?
Will?
or who?
Talking about free will. I didn't think it was very funny, but then I thought it was funny because
You saw that? You saw that?
Figured it was one of your friends. There's a lot about people.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of my friends named Will got locked up. I can already think of like 3 or 4 reasons to keep Will locked up. Nope.
It has to be natural, or else that wouldn't be free will.
If there's no free will, then some set of circumstances serve me well in my life because I really don't like to do any of my others.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like, people think that once you understand that free will doesn't mean that you go to nihilism, but really like, it's a way to reframe things. Like, it's impossible to hate somebody if you don't believe in free will, because it's not their fault. There's a set of circumstances. Like, hatred is essentially a lack of creativity, right? Like, if you hate somebody, like, let's say somebody cuts you off in traffic and you're like, fuck you, I hate you, whatever, right? But if you imagine that, oh, like, their wife had cancer and they're on the way to the oncology ward and they might die in a minute.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
So, it's kind of, so now you apply free will there, and it's like, oh, could we be, locking people up for 40 years when they commit a crime, or should we be trying to understand the psychology and trying to help them? Like, if you could, for example, the dude who did the shooting in Texas at
Parkland?
the Parkland shooter.
The guy, I think I saw his interview.
Wait, no, okay, maybe not that guy then. But some guy, this was a long time, it's like 10 years ago. He, committed a mass shooting, and they found a note that said basically, like, I've been feeling really crazy recently, something is wrong with me. If I do anything bad, please analyze my brain and see what is wrong with me. And it turns out he had a tumor on his amygdala, and, that could very well be why he was, feeling that way and doing those kind of things. So the point there is, were we to have a pill or a surgery that would make that better, then now he's not a criminal, he's a victim, right? He's suffering from a disease. So essentially you can map that onto anything, right? Like if Bernie Madoff, right, is scamming all these people out of their money, whatever, he has Bernie Madoff. He didn't have any choice to do anything different. See, that's the pathology that he was left with. And if anything, we should be trying to help these people as opposed to, so yeah, when you take free will, just make sure it increases empathy and compassion. That's not really like an attitude world.
If there's no free will, then I am like a lot more. I think that would make me a lot more thankful for my upbringing.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot more, it's easier to forgive yourself too. And it doesn't mean you don't have to try to be better. It doesn't mean that you still have to go through the motions and make it pretend like you do, but
I really don't think I could ever fully believe there's no free will. Maybe some intense reading might convince me, otherwise good analogies and things like that, but
I just don't think it's required to make for meaning. I think you still can mean things without it. Yeah. So, that's the one.
whoa guys, check this out.
There could be a poop in there.
There could not be a poop in there. You'll never know until you go in there.
It would ruin the art.
That's welcome to Gallery Bridge, the Schrodinger stream.
It says Dollfly.
Holy shit. How did that happen to me?
Took too much modafinil tribenzo peroxide.
We're out here and we're dosing nature. You ever seen a tree on motion?
Have you guys ever taken a lot of conflicting drugs at the same time?
Yeah.
What's that like?
It feels great.
It feels good.
It's really bad for your body, but yeah. I mean, taking like painkillers and Adderall at the same time, like, yeah, it's fucking well.
Drinking a lot of Adderall with you.
There you go. Drinking.
I don't ever did that with that Bonnaroo. The first night.
I've binge drank and
taken and
Adderall.
it like I have this very very vivid memory of like being in the middle of a field, like near where like everything was,
drinking
like all the tents and stuff, and like being on a tree, all the bathrooms were like super busy.
Yeah.
And then looking off back towards where like everyone was, and like just seeing like this like it felt like a zombie movie of like I thought everyone was just moving like really slowly, but it was like there was a fog, and I could feel like I saw like the shadows of people, and I had like my camera on me and my backpack, and I was like, I can just leave this, I can just drop this right now, forget about it. And I threw it on the ground, stood for a second, I was like, no.
That's funny. What'd you take?
This research one called 2CI.
Okay.
It's very visual and not heady, which is why I like it at the time. Mixed with Adderall, mixed with it was like 4 different things that.
Is that a bird blind?
Yeah.
we check that out?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to bird blind. Got it. We're going in the bird zone. Okay. Okay. Gives my bestest scream like, we're going in the blind!
Oh, this smells like pee. These are still too short for me. What? These are still too short for me.
Whoa, Ethan, check this one out.
Yeah.
Ethan, check this one out. Tell me what you think this is. Look down a little bit and you can see it. Look down to the right a little bit. That's the tickle bird! You get it?
Yeah, I got it. The bird.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any beverage left with them?
There's some water in the backpack.
Got this it. Yeah. Thanks.
First time on hydrochloric acid.
Yeah, it is. Mine hydrochloric acid. I love this stuff.
Hydrochloric acid.
Ethan.
Drink, Ethan.
Thanks.
Ethan.
Okay, this is like...
Which part?
Oh.
Cool.
You know, your whole setup?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, I might have been wrong. It might have been a goldfinch. Actually, I do think it was a goldfinch for sure.
Is that because it says New Jersey State Bird, the American
because
goldfinch?
goldfinch makes a squeaky noise too. Do I just put this in here? Can I just put it in my backpack?
Yep.
That was my 6300. Michael, let me zip that up all the way.
I got it. I'm a zipper man.
This is actually a really good camera for the bird.
Let me see it. Let me see if I can get one.
Okay, let me see if anything's in here.
Whoa, look at all those birds out there. Hiding.
Are there birds out there?
Somewhere.
I can't see them.
They're definitely out there. It's crazy how birds go like under the ice to sleep in the winter.
You can just do whatever you want with the settings.
So they can eat fish.
I thought birds wintered in Ibiza.
Whoops.
You thought birds what? Wintered in Ibiza? They go clubbing out there?
It's having a hard time in here. It's a little dark in here. A little dark.
It's dark in here.
You want to go pee on camera?
I do want to go pee.
Oh, the money.
Not if I do it for free. It's gotta. Not if I do it for free.
You guys want me to show you an art project I've been working on?
Is it gonna be you peeing?
Yeah.
No, check this out. So, like, you guys know how, like, existentially we experience art and, like, it moves us, and so we stand still.
Stop listening at existentialism.
So you know how, like, the corporate machine keeps driving and we just pump our feet? Like,
Yeah.
this is about Macy's and, like, department
And
stores.
Parade and like yeah,
Not
Nike,
enough, not enough helium.
Dow Jones, Trilateral Commission, Bilateral.
What I did was I
Commission.
soaked this image in acid,
Yeah.
and then I burned it, and then I took the same one off the camera, and I printed it out.
Feed the rest of the liquid to Ethan.
No, that wasn't really what the project was about.
Okay, you got to keep the integrity, I guess.
Yeah.
It's amazing the amount of sacrifice you do for your work. Yeah. This live streaming thing, it's fine, I guess, but the photography is really
It's bigger than that.
it's It's really inspired.
Come on, Ethan, scan it.
Ethan's the real project.
Yeah, it's all been a Truman Show about Ethan.
That's hilarious.
The camera's been on the whole time?
It's because he has an anxiety paranoia disorder. He has to have a camera on him.
That's
Can someone scan this for me?
Yeah.
no.
Someone with a
I'm not gonna
powerful phone.
I'm gonna go pee.
A phone from the future. Get out of the way. Small phone. Whoops, that's not working. It's clearly a fake QR code, so.
It wasn't working for me either. The other one worked.
That one's a decoy. Okay, I got it. Wasn't easy. Goes to Google Drive. It's gonna download a virus.
That's loading really slow.
Shh. Shh. You're not gonna be able to hear it.
Alright guys, looks like we're not gonna hear the Eastern Bluebird.
I'm so mad I could just destroy this thing that someone worked hard to make. Oh, you can take the Eastern Bluebird home with you.
Let's see if this works.
Can I borrow this? Put that back on.
You guys still doing pictures?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of Ethan.
Who?
Methan?
Ethan?
Meathans. Alright, stand right there. Don't do anything. Just be yourself. Why are you so afraid to be yourself?
Tony texted me and he said, you guys can actually come hang out. Yeah, but I can tell you.
I'm gonna break this thing next time it's on here.
It was light
I'm
outside.
kidding. Jesus Christ, Ethan. Can't even talk to you anymore.
I mean, I'd like to
Alright,
go.
come sit down a little bit closer to here. Just get your face closer right there. Yeah. Look out here. Look out. Back a little bit, right there. That's good.
Should I take my glasses on? Or
No, on. Dude, why does this suck? Hold on.
Should we get anybody else up?
I didn't bring my flash. But I want to be
I don't want it. I don't want it. Okay, now come a little bit more into the light. Yeah, there you go. Come down, peek out this one. Yeah, that's good. Really look out there. Like, don't.
I was looking at there. I was looking at
Okay.
trying to see if I can find it.
All right, cool. That's pretty sick.
Dude, Chris will get along so well with them.
Chris gets along with that. Shit.
We might be coming to the city with us tomorrow.
Cool.
He's a little tiny boy. Check him a lot.
Are we gonna meet Andy tonight?
Andy went back to Florida.
Dude,
Yeah.
Andy.
We'll meet Dr. Doppler though.
All right, that's cool. Is that Austin?
Yeah.
Andy, yeah, his parents are in Florida, and he's coming back the 31st.
Nice.
Are we in that area we were trying to do before?
You know this. So that right there is the environmental center and it's across.
Oh, by the way, I saw photos from the thing last night. It is very good that we didn't go.
Which that? Oh yeah, what it was like.
It was like pure old school biker bar.
That's so funny.
Like real like old guys, grizzled.
That's a
beard.
good call, man.
Really would not have been good at it.
Michael,
Yeah.
this is a sick photo.
Although you know what would have worked?
Thank you.
Brian? What? If Colin had told him like, hey, this is like my band guy, he's just gonna film the performance. I thought
That's very
That
wise.
would have been, and Colin would have done that.
Dude, how funny is it that you can just reframe the same thing in a different
I didn't
lens?
even think about it.
If I had my camera too, we could say we're filming to make a video.
Colin would have 100% done that.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I'm glad we didn't go because it just sucks being in uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, it would have been uncomfortable for sure.
Like, I had a lot of fun at that arcade place. Last night was a good night.
Yeah, I can't think of anything I would have rather have done. And then playing Vader Immortal afterwards, and then taking those idiots' money on online poker.
You gave them most of your money.
No, I got some back.
Yeah, he's the idiot.
You were laughing like a school child
Dude.
in that game.
You got Simon. You got to try it and just hit that menu button and just have your
streaming? Yeah.
like. It's
That's about Vader, but yeah.
oh yeah, Vader is so sick.
Michael, you
what's
know
the
this feeling of like doing fun stuff every day
Yeah,
and still feeling like you're accomplishing something because you're live streaming?
I guess I haven't been
Yeah.
thinking about it much.
But it doesn't feel like you're being unproductive, does it?
A little bit. I mean, I'm not time stamping.
When I was in Vietnam, that was kind of like the whole basis of how I felt.
It's never not funny when someone says that.
Says what? When I was in Vietnam,
It is like
Dude.
you're in a war.
I was hanging out with this girl who's like pretty ditzy from Valpo, and like I don't know if you guys have. This is I guess a pretty developed area, but like some people in Valpo like straight up are pretty disconnected from like, what's going on. And I was hanging out with.
Was it Lexi?
Yeah, it was Lexi, and I was hanging out with her in January, and I was like, I haven't hung out with her forever, and she's like, what the, I tried to explain the camera thing, and then she sees me, and she's like, what is that? And like, the same conversation, doesn't make sense, but she's like, what's Ethan up to? And I'm like, yeah, he's in Vietnam still, and she's like, Vietnam? And I'm like, yeah, he got employed there or something, I think. And she's like, so he's like in the war? But she thought I said he got deployed, so it makes more sense.
Honestly, though, with VHS history courses, like the non-honors track, you could very easily mistake things that happened in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I mean,
The honors track,
I don't know what happened in America for a lot of time, to be fair. But I thought that was funny.
Most of American history I learned was not from VHS. Our history teachers were horrible.
Oh yeah, history is. Yeah, it is. Our framing of history is really quite favorable to us.
I like college history courses, like upper division type ones, because instead of trying to teach you what happened in the world over a 400-year period, they really, like, teachers will really go in and specialize on understanding, like, this century from this perspective.
What is Howard Zinn's book, People's History?
What's that?
Yeah,
That's all about like what actually, like, not the unbiased kind of view, right?
yeah. I mean, it's supposed to be.
That's supposed to be. You know what I actually did another week for a while?
American history, but like not from the view of like
My degree is good.
Not from the American perspective.
just like from an objective perspective, like this is what happening, kind of shit.
Okay.
Everything I've learned about economics is from a capitalistic perspective.
Well, I'm not going to read it then. That would hurt my ego.
Right to study economics in Norway from a socialistic perspective.
Honestly, it sounded like when we separated from Britain, we were being kind of ungrateful.
Basic principles of economics is why I'm like,
Yeah, you were. You guys were.
There's only two socialists who had a very fast,
Very bad situation.
yeah, socialism tends not to be scalable.
I think Norway.
Especially the fastest.
I think Norway's whole like socialistic agenda is that they found oil like a very valuable resource. They realized it was limited and invested in the people in like the future generations instead of like letting it be privatized and people get rich. And that's the whole basis for like their welfare programs and everything they can provide.
Which is awesome.
You guys, where do you lean, or like where do you fall on the capitalism, socialism spectrum, or off the spectrum?
Say it again.
Where do you fall on the capitalism, the socialism spectrum, or off the spectrum?
I think it's kind of. I think there's room for
Like
like.
capitalism to communism, it would be the opposite.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say there's room for a European style socialism.
Yeah, so I think it.
So it's like a light socialism. I mean, we're already like people like to do this framing of things like, like Bernie Sanders. I wouldn't say it's my top candidate or anything like that, but definitely vote for him. But like, people like to frame him as like, oh, communism, And
So Brendan?
yeah, but like,
He's basically Mao Zedong.
the things he's proposing aren't move far, like much further than like something like social security
Yeah.
or Medicare, you know? If we already have that stuff for people who can't take care of themselves,
Yeah.
the country seems to make it worse. We have a shitload of money. There is a way we can make it work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's just like take money and people with special interest.
Maybe it'd be cool if we got to a point where we could have like AI run a lot of our government so that it wasn't so inefficient, and like figure out a better way to do things. Really?
Yeah.
What happens? Takes over. Yeah,
There's
that's too
there's
bad.
something called the paperclip problem in AI, where if you tell an AI,
I've heard about this.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's kind of what the worry would be.
Do you guys think? Sorry.
When it comes to that spectrum, I feel like I don't have a definite opinion.
Do you guys think that problems like the paperclip problem are practical? Like,
What's
you
the
know,
paperclip
those are practical worries.
It's basically that if you take a generalized artificial intelligence and give it access to everything, and say we need to make paperclips, it might decide that the best way to make paperclips is on an atomic level and to break down every atom in the world and change it into aluminum, and then create as many paperclips as possible. So the idea basically being that you can give a command.
That's also another
You can have
I think that's for
unintended consequences. Like
Is that a movie?
okay.
so, by the
Okay.
way, I don't know where the map is. It's across the street
And,
somewhere, but
this thing is put in charge, and it's like, you need to,
Yeah, wait, let's look
like we want world peace.
Is
And it's like, well, the only way that we get world
Ready
peace
Player
is
One, the paperclip problem?
destroy everybody.
Oh, okay.
So it's like the way to get world peace.
So you're like fighting the government then?
Or like the AI, really.
Okay.
Because you are like, I forget which one it is. Because you're like,
Can we just walk
it's either the second or
we came on this bridge right here. We came from this path.
Okay.
crazy story though. I don't remember those
understand.
games, even
I mean,
just
so
like
it's gonna be
watching them on
across the
YouTube
street.
for hours and hours.
Yeah.
Those are games that are like,
I mean, we literally just walked here. So it should
like
be
literally the
across
fourth game
street.
ends with like a 90-minute cutscene. It's
Yeah,
all
why don't we
story,
walk
like no
towards
gameplay.
Fisherman? and
That's
we'll see it on
crazy.
the right,
It's
and
all-
then-
yeah.
Or we'll walk this way, and then we'll see
It's
the
like
guy
a
movie.
right here.
It is like a movie. The guy who made those games, his
Are we
name's
taking the white one
his
or
name's
the
Hideo
yellow
Kojima.
one?
The yellow.
The video game genius.
Okay.
He just came out with, you've probably seen like ads on it, on the internet for it, the Death Stranding.
Hmm.
It's got the guy from The Walking Dead in it.
Okay.
And then you see me, he's got like a World War II strapped to his chest. And it's like, I'm playing that right now.
What game is that for? A console?
Xbox One and PS, or no, Xbox PS4 exclusive.
Okay.
Yeah, he got like fired from like where he used to work on the Metal Gear games, and so I like gave him a shitload of money. He's like, you're gonna make exclusive games for us.
Why'd he get fired?
I don't know. No one knows really. It's really crappy though. He's making a game, but and he can't like touch now the intellectual property he created
Yeah.
20 years ago.
That's annoying.
The Death Stranding is crazy, so it's like post-apocalyptic United States where everyone lives in little like city states basically, and you can't really venture outside them otherwise. Like, because it's just, I'm not done yet, so I actually don't even know the full extent of the story. But basically, like reality is like death and reality has like bled into our reality, and like these things called like DTs and the Death Stranding will like show up and try to drag you into their reality.
Okay.
So you have to like sneak by and stuff, but the game's all about like building bridges and connections between the city states. It's also supposed to be like a big allegory for how we're all disconnected in the world now, despite being more connected than ever.
Okay.
It's really cool and heady. And one cool aspect of it is, so you play by yourself. It's not a multiplayer game at all, but it is online in terms of like things that other people do affect your game. Like if they're like, a lot of it is like delivering stuff from like city state to city state and avoiding bad guys and avoiding like the ghost things or whatever. But there'll be things like, it's a lot of it's like terrain, climbing up terrain and figuring ways across the river and stuff like that. And you have like ladders and stuff that you carry with you can use, but if enough people, if someone put like a great ladder down that everyone used, and as you go up it, you like smash like the like button on the ladder. Enough people like it, it stays around. So then like, if you get to a new area, and like suddenly see like the whole path is open, you can take it if you want to figure out your own path, or you can use the path that everyone previous to you had traveled.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's pretty neat in terms of like, I started a little late because the game came out right before the Star Wars game came out. And this game, Death Stranding, is 100 hours long. So I was like, okay, well, let me do Star Wars first, so that's like 30.
Yeah,
I finished that, and then I went back a couple weeks later to Death Stranding.
that's cool.
So at that point, in Death Stranding, like, everyone who had been playing it had built up the world and kind of finished the game. So I get to this point where, like, in the game where they're like, you need to build roads now. 'Cause roads between things, and they travel much easier and safer. And it gives you all, like, the materials to make, like, one little, like, quarter-mile piece of road across a giant stretch of highway, right? And you put the first piece down, and it's like your journey's just beginning now. Like, find more materials in the future, and you could build this highway to completion. But because I hadn't played in, like, weeks, and everyone else had, the highway was done.
That's awesome.
By everyone else. So then the next mission they give you is like, this next mission is so freaking difficult. Like, it's gonna be really tough. You're gonna move through a bunch of tough areas. But then, like, I really look at the map and, like, the highway leads right to the area I have to go to. So I just put everything in the truck and just drive on the newly built highway by the internet.
That's awesome.
And, like, just do the mission that way. It's cool. It's pretty cool. It's like people clown on it because it's like not much. It's like a first like 10 hours, a lot of plot, and then there's like 40 hours of really not that much plot, and then the last 20 hours, 30 hours is a lot, another like info dump of plot.
Okay.
But it's pretty cool and it's very out there. It's so big. Especially in the guy's style.
It's weird how there's so many things that we could use our attention for now, and one that like we could do so many and not even get close to like making a dent and seeing all the things that have been created now.
Oh yeah, it's insane. Like, there's just not enough time to like watch everything, play everything, read everything. Like, especially with like, you know, binging shows and like Netflix streaming services and everything. And like, someone will be like, "Hey, you should check out this show." It's like, I mean, I don't think I'm going to. I just don't have the time. I've got like 5 other things I'm doing.
Yeah.
Which is why it's kind of cool when there is like cultural moments of like the final season of Game of Thrones. Everyone's watching.
Yeah, except for me.
Except for you. You didn't miss my show. This is terrible. I don't know if you watched the show at all. Ever.
No, only a couple episodes.
The first like 5 seasons were good. Really good, actually. It went downhill. And the final season was like almost
What was so bad about it?
They just started winging it because they were following books for the first like 4 or 5 seasons, and the books are like brilliant, very well written, and so they just adapted them like pretty perfectly.
Yeah.
So it was easy. And then once they ran out of like books to adapt to the series and done, they started winging it and like just.
Why didn't they just wait?
Because the guy's not going to be done for like. He still has 2 more books to write, and it's taken him like 10 years to write the next one that's coming out. It still doesn't have a release date. So there'd be too much money to be lost by not continuing it, and also in terms of like contract stuff, it's hard for like the hold actors and stuff and crews and like, a holding pattern like that.
That makes sense.
So you're like, okay, come back in like 5 years when this book's done.
Yeah, it makes sense.
But like he supposedly gave the people who did write it like the outline what was supposed to happen, but while he basically what everyone says now is that like he needed like 30 episodes. They needed like 30 more episodes to like really tell the story.
Okay.
And then they did it in 6.
That's
So it
tough.
was like super rushed.
Yeah.
Like there's like one thing that happens in the very final second to last episode, like this big twist that like comes out of nowhere really. And makes sense. Like if he gave them the outline of like the twist or whatever, it would make sense like over the course of like 2,000-page books, you know?
Yeah.
But over the course of like one episode, of 1 hour-long episode, it made no sense.
Yeah.
So you needed like a whole season to develop that.
Yeah.
You're just like, because they wanted to, the guys who wrote it, it seems like everyone says that they kind of wanted to rush it and move on to make, if they were going to do Star Wars movies.
Okay.
And then they didn't, and then they ended up leaving that after the fact.
Interesting.
So they kind of rushed it for no reason now. Like, it was just so disappointing in terms of, like, it made me not want to ever rewatch it because I know where it goes, you know?
That's interesting.
How disappointing it is. It's like, there's so much of it of watching the early seasons, like, this is sick, this is going to be way sicker when it finally gets to the stuff they're teasing.
Yeah.
And then when they finally get to that stuff, it like, just falls so flat.
That's funny.
like Avengers Endgame, which I thought was like the perfect, like even though it's not gonna be the last Marvel movie, if it was, I would have been like perfect, nailed it. Like you had 20 something movies building up to this, and it's like the perfect series finale. And it's like I went opening night to that and was like sobbing at the end of how like happy I was at how much they just fucking crushed it.
That's tight.
Yeah.
So, like, what were all the movies that came before it?
All like 22. You want me to list all 22?
Yeah.
Iron Man 2, Thor, Captain America, Avengers, Ant-Man 2, Avengers 2, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Spider-Man, Homecoming, Spider-Man, Far From Home, Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange, Black Panther. I'm definitely missing a couple. Iron Man 3, Captain America Civil War, Captain America Winter Soldier, Thor 2, Thor Ragnarok. Pretty much all of them. 22, I think.
Is the Captain, what's the Wonder Woman? Is that not Marvel?
That's DC. Yeah.
Okay. Did you watch that?
I did.
What did you think of that?
I thought it was alright.
I thought that movie sucked.
Yeah, that's like a fair argument. A lot of those DC ones are really terrible. I remember I saw Aquaman
Yeah.
last year. I went opening night with a buddy. And I truly hated that movie so much. And it's so long, too. It's like 2.5 hours. There's nothing worse than a bad movie that's really long. And I was sitting with my buddy, and everyone's like obviously enjoying it. And at the end, everyone's fucking clapping. And I'm thinking like, I'm gonna turn to my buddy right now. He's gonna be like, that was so sick. And I'm gonna have to like not be friends with him anymore. I turned to him and he's like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, thank God. Like,
That's funny.
I look around and everyone's like happy. I'm like clapping and shit. And I'm like, okay, word. Like, that sucks. You agree. Let's get out of here.
That's really funny.
Never had more of a disassociation at the end of the movie like that.
Weirdly, actually, I really didn't like Rogue One when I first watched it.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I actually thought it
I
was...
actually fell asleep during that. It was terrible. But I loved it on rewatch, so.
Yeah, well, same thing for me. I liked it a lot the second time I watched it, but the first time I was like, man, that was a flop. Like, they flubbed that one. But I thought it was cool when I watched it again.
Maybe I complain about Star Wars and like this new one kind of disappointed me a little bit. I still love every single fucking thing they put out.
Yeah.
So I can't hate any of it. But maybe one of the first coming.
Do you think that the original 3 were better than the rest of them?
Yeah. I think so.
What about them specifically?
I don't know. I think they're just, especially Empire Strikes Back, it's just like so well written and so like the arc of all the characters is so great and like the story's amazing and there's great twists in it and the world is still really cool and it ends on like a down note of like we're fucked, you know, like
Yeah.
Luke's fucking defeated, Han's been hit down, and like the galaxy's in like peril, and it's like done. And the movie's like, yes, I love that shit. And it's just like, tune in next time. How are we gonna fucking fix this one? That's what I think. This new trilogy is kind of missing a little bit. It's like it didn't really have like the end of the 8th one was like a little like down. Like okay, there's like none of us left. How are we gonna figure this out? But it wasn't like super horrible.
Yeah, I feel like it was a pretty positive ending. Like they almost saved themselves from it, the bad thing in the end of the movie, rather than like they set up the bad situation and then they got out.
Yeah.
And it was like a happy ending.
I love that scene. They had that little hopeful thing at the end, and you see like the kid with the broom playing at the end.
The what?
You see the kid with like the force powers at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's like hope in the galaxy.
Yeah, totally. What do you think of the, I know people complain about like the casino place scene being long.
Okay, so I actually rewatched 8 last week before. I want to watch 7 and 8 again before the new one. And I was like, let me see how long this scene actually is. So I always hear that complaint. It's like 15 minutes of a 2.5-hour movie.
Yeah.
It's really not that bad.
Because I liked it.
I liked it too. I thought it was cool.
I hope I watch that at some point.
What's up?
I said I hope I watch it at some point.
Yeah.
It's just I have no idea how much Disney Plus costs, so I don't know if I can afford it. I didn't even watch the Han one.
Solo?
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty cool. I like it. It was cool in the same sense that Mandalorian's cool. I like it because, I mean, think of all the main 9, right? All the like world-ending stakes.
Yeah.
Big, like the galaxy's gonna end once we solve this problem.
Mm-hmm.
And you could honestly apply that to Rogue One too. It's all about like getting the plan for Death Star, which is gonna end the world or whatever. So that has world-ending stakes as well. So it's just like and Mandalorian are just like these little like side stories where it's like the stakes are like this guy's life and that's it. It's not like anything. It's just a fun little side story. It's nothing to do with like I must like accomplish A, like the galaxy's gonna end. It's like no, like I want to accomplish A because it's a heist and I want money.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like Mandalorian's kind of the same way of like he's just a bounty hunter in like a post-Empire world where there's like no law, kind of in the Outer Rim, whatever. It's kind of like a Western that he just goes kind of like planet to planet. Like how in the old spaghetti westerns they go like town to town.
Yeah.
Like solve problems. And he just like does that. And it's pretty cool. It took me a while because I don't know. I was kind of disappointed initially when I started watching it. I think that when I heard like they're making a Star Wars TV show and it's the most expensive TV show ever. Like,
Is it the most expensive TV show ever?
I think it's like tied with Game of Thrones. Yeah.
That's nuts.
There was like $100 million for 8 episodes.
Wow.
So when I heard that, I expected like, okay, these are going to be full hour-long, like HBO level, like prestige drama stuff, but it's Star Wars.
Right.
And instead, it's like they're like 30-minute like live action, almost like Saturday morning cartoons.
Okay.
But it's still cool though. But like not what I expected. It took me a while to like understand that they were just going for like kind of like the Ronin samurai western loner wandering just the galaxy or the land, whatever it is.
You wonder where the 100 million went?
Do I wonder where it went?
Yeah.
Kinda. Because there's a lot. I mean, there's some cool effects for sure, and there's some really cool like. Well, the CGI is really good, but it all does feel kind of like small scale. Yeah. So I don't actually. Yeah, I'm sure it all went to CGI. I'm sure a lot of it was more CGI than. Well, like we said, that it was really good. I mean, I didn't even notice, you know.
Yeah.
It was cool though. I like it. Dude, I'll give you a flash drive before you leave of like every movie you've missed this year. You like that?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Alright, I'll do that. I'll put Mandalorian on there.
Cool. Oh, that'd be so sick. How do you get that?
Just porn.
That's tight. Save me the $6.99.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I guess they'll only be missing the finale just because that's not out till after you guys leave.
Okay.
But 7 out of 8 ain't too bad.
Have the episodes been coming out one at a time?
Yeah, once a week.
That's tight. I'm gonna spend 2020 watching Netflix only.
Dude, there's some really good. I'll fucking give you a list of like the best Netflix shows now. There's one that I think dude actually is very. It's very. Are we doing this really?
Yeah, we're doing it. That's not so bad.
Not so bad.
I feel like I'm in a game.
Brian, did you watch Russian Doll?
No, I don't like mine.
Whatever, I saw Russian Doll on Netflix. It was like, and almost there's like a little, there's ways you could apply it to the project, I think, in terms of thematic overlap. So basically the premise is, it's kind of a dramedy, more drama, but has funny moments where this woman keeps waking up, or, like starts the day and it's like her birthday party, and she's at her birthday party, whatever, she dies, and she like falls on the stairs or something, and she, it's a time loop thing where she keeps waking up, same place, at her birthday party, and if she dies, she keeps going back to the same spot and just trying to figure out what's happening to her, why it's happening.
Does she always die on her birthday?
Yeah, no matter how far she makes it, like either she goes like the next day and she dies, it always goes back to like the birthday party.
Okay.
The exact same moment. And it's really cool. And it's a really cool little mystery, and it's got a really nice ending. It's a lot about like human interaction and not letting the world pass you by, and coming to terms with yourself and stuff like that. But it's like it sounds heavy when I describe it. There's actually like a lot of funny parts too, and I really freaking loved it.
It's called the Russian Doll.
Russian Doll, yeah.
That's cool.
It's very New York too. It's all in New York City, and it's kind of like this weird odyssey throughout like late night New York a lot of the times. It's very cool. And it's all filmed in New York too. Surprisingly, one of my favorite movies this year. Did you ever watch The Shining?
I did, yeah.
They came out, so Stephen King wrote a sequel book to The Shining probably like 6-7 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And they adapted it into a movie that came out probably 2 months ago at this point. And it flopped horribly money-wise, but like I thought it was like one of the best movies I've seen this year. It was so
cool.
good. Like did such a good job of like paying homage to the original, but also like telling this like new story. It's all about the kid from The Shining.
Yeah.
The kid grown up. He's now in his 40s, and how he's dealing with like it's basically about generational trauma.
Yeah.
And alcoholism and all the shit that his father had to deal with. Now he has to fight against it too, in addition to like fighting against this like power he has and this call that these demons have to him and stuff. It's all like an allegory for alcoholism and drug addiction and stuff, but it's very cool. I
Interesting.
really like it a lot. One of the few times I actually like fucking cried in the movie at the end of that movie.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like so powerful.
Did you see it in theaters?
I did.
That's cool.
I went with my dad. I like to do that sometimes with like things he showed me when I was young. Like
Oh, yeah,
I'll go
yeah.
to Star Wars with him again when he comes back.
That's cool.
He's away right now. I'll definitely go see because he introduced me to that, and like I feel like that's something special. Like Blade Runner, the new one that came out like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2049. Like he showed me Blade Runner when I was like 13, and then blew my mind. Like I wrote this long paper on it in college. It stuck with me for so long. And then seeing this new one, I like the new one even more than the original.
I wrote a long paper on Blade Runner as well.
Did you really?
But it was because we had to choose between that and like the 9 books that we were supposed to read, and nobody in the class read any of the books, so we all just did the movie that we watched in class.
That's funny. But yeah, so I took him to see that, and like we were both just like blown away by that, and like I like having those. And of course, he showed me The Shining when he would always show me like R-rated movies and stuff I shouldn't be watching way
Yeah.
too early,
Yeah.
I probably watched The Shining when I was like 11. I loved it.
Yeah.
And so it was like I have to bring him to this with me because he loves that movie, and so that happens every couple, twice a year maybe. We'll do something like that. And it's nice because we don't really get that many bonding moments.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What's he doing in LA?
What's that?
He's in LA right now?
No, he's in England right now.
Oh, England, okay.
Visiting his mother.
Are all of your grandparents still around?
Just her.
Okay.
And she's like 99.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, both my mom's parents died the last 4 or 5 years. It was a bummer. They're ill. Really, really like them.
Yeah.
And it's weird at this point because like I don't really, because all of my relatives all live overseas.
Yeah.
None of them live in America or anything like that. So it's very tough to see them. I guess saw my cousins for the first time this August. I went in August to England. Saw them for the first time in like 15, 20 years.
Wow.
And like, I mean, at that point, it's like meeting for the first time.
Of course, yeah, you
I was
don't know anything.
when I met them,
Yeah.
But it's great, and like.
I mean, I meet cousins 3 years apart from when I met them, and I don't remember who they are.
Yeah. So it's weird because like I see like so many of my friends around here all have like family in the area, and they're always doing family stuff.
Yeah.
I never had that experience.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if it was good or bad, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, I mean. But because of that disconnect of I don't really know, I can count on 2 hands how many times I met all my grandparents,
Right.
And like maybe it was for a couple weeks at a time. At this point, when it's like when my grandparents passed away, like my mom's parents, like I wasn't not upset about that, but I was more upset for her,
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see us mapping it anytime soon in any meaningful way.
Have you ever read those? One of my friends described this to me. It's like science fiction books where what was the one called? Basically, it was ideas of like energy. And there's this one science fiction book that's like hundreds of years in the future, and we build a giant metal sphere around the universe to harness all the energy. What's that?
It's called Dyson Sphere.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's called. Those concepts are really interesting to solve like the energy crisis.
Yeah,
I think we're totally going to move that way.
Dyson spheres are the leading, I think. The leading method.
But those are so far ahead. One of the things I think would be cool would be like building an industrial center on something without an atmosphere and using solar power to harness it, and also releasing pollution into space instead of into our atmosphere with a lot of our industries.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Or, asteroid mining, shit like that.
That'd be dope.
Where there's enough like on a single asteroid, there's more wealth than we have like the worth of resources of like rare metals and stuff like that we have left like on the Earth. Yeah, so
That's
we can figure
insane.
out a way to do that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are working on asteroid mining.
Dude, why don't we just go up there and get it?
Somebody get a ladder or something.
I feel like space is probably one of the hardest things to spend money on, like state money, because there's just people who are like, we need the money here type thing.
And you don't get anything back for it.
Yeah. That's a good reason for people to be billionaires, actually.
Yeah, we gotta find
If they're
that
smart
service.
enough to be billionaires and like they're like Bill Gates, where they use their money to just try and do good in the world, then 100% we should have more billionaires because they can spend their money without being controlled by a bunch of bureaucratic processes.
Yeah, I think it's like Thomas Jefferson said the best system of government would be a benevolent tyrant or benevolent monarch, and the worst system of government is a stupid democracy, or is an uneducated democracy. So yeah, if one person has central power and they're a good person and they have a good understanding of things, then yeah, that's ideal. But typically it doesn't go that way.
I fucking stand Thomas Jefferson.
Does Jeff Bezos do anything good?
He's got space stuff.
That's cool.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
he doesn't really pay his employees that well, right?
Yeah, that's definitely true.
He pays his employees a lot?
He does not.
No, and the working conditions in Amazon is like, if you work in the warehouse, you have like a timer, and then like it's like go get this, and if you get behind,
It's like mild slavery.
you get your pay docked, and like there's no time for like even people to go to the bathroom.
Are there incentives to like get more pay? Is that the idea? But like usually it works out where the standards are like you are
you say you can earn up to this much, and if you don't go that fast, then you earn this much? Because I've heard of a lot of warehouse jobs where there's like speed incentives.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know. Maybe I probably.
Ethan's on a speed incentive right now.
Yeah. I think the Starbucks billionaire is a good one.
What do they do?
I think he like actually like pays his employees decently, and they can get like health insurance part time.
You can get part-time health insurance. They'll pay for your college. Not pay, but they'll help. There's a lot of good stuff.
I suppose
That's
they're
dope.
a pretty decent company to work for.
I applied to Starbucks.
If you have like a kid that's good stuff for moms and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't get it hired by Starbucks.
Why's that?
I was too ugly.
Yeah.
I applied to a lot of minimum wage jobs in Los Angeles and got rejected from every single one. And I only got hired at Chipotle because I went in and talked to the manager. Like, my application got denied by all of them. I just went in and I'm like, "Hi, I'm Ethan. I put in an application. I haven't heard back yet." And I had heard back.
Huh. That's weird.
The same thing happened at Olive Garden too. I didn't get hired by Olive Garden. And then I went in and I talked to like the general manager, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we got a spot for you."
So are we gonna do the podcast, or what do you guys think?
So what do we have planned for tonight? What's on the docket? Because I need to do this exam, which is going to be 3 hours, and Michael needs to do the newsletter. And we could do the podcast and do those things, but we're giving up time to do another
down
stuff.
and do the podcast after dinner?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
So do you want to?
Do we want to visit Austin and go to food right after, and then give them a couple hours to do their stuff?
And then do the podcast like late?
Yeah.
Are you going to be down to do a podcast after editing a podcast?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay, cool. Actually, it'd probably be nice because you'll think of a lot of things.
Do you want to eat in like an hour or so?
I can do that.
Do you
So you
want
want to call
But-
Tony? And
Should we just go to Austin's now then?
But if we did that, then the only thing I'm thinking is that I just have to do a Q&A.
Right. What time are you gonna do that?
I probably would try and do it like 10 p.m. here,
Okay.
but I could switch it around if the podcast.
Should we do the podcast tomorrow?
I am in the mood to do the podcast today.
Oh, we can do it tomorrow
For
after
some
work.
reason, I'm really chatty.
After you got at work.
Oh, then yeah, that's definitely.
Why don't we do the podcast tomorrow night?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
That's
Am I
cool.
going to your house, or
Okay.
am I going to?
Are you calling Tony?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you guys need anything at my house?
Where are we going now?
Yo, try and chill. Yeah. Alright, later. Do you guys need anything at Simon's?
Where are we going?
Austin's?
And then dinner?
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
The barbecue place is only like 10, not even 10 minutes from his house.
That was a really cool place. Thanks for taking us there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I love that place. Checking your little thing.
No, great.
Ryan, you won a special award.
Yeah. What's that? A bird thing?
I've added you to my list of people to call when I get an idea and want someone to tell me how it's wrong.
Yeah, I think I could do. I might be a good person for that list.
It seems like you've had a good Stanley Brantley guest, honestly.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and we'll also call you for Stanley Bradley show. I think Ethan would be good. Definitely.
What, the Stanley and Bradley show?
Yeah, I think you'd be a good
Or
guest.
Brantley?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm sick of being the funny sidekick.
No, you'd be the star of this one.
Yeah, we'd be the sidekick.
Yes. I finally get a sidekick.
Yo, give us a little bit, Tony says.
How long?
I don't know, should we just go up to your house?
You know what I actually really could go for?
What's that?
A Starbucks cold brew.
Alright, yeah.
Is there a Starbucks?
Starbucks for a minute.
En route? That's fair.
I wouldn't like working there. Just like so many people, and like the concrete jungle thing doesn't really appeal to me too much.
Gotcha. It's where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do.
Yeah, you can find it in New York.
When you're in New York, yeah.
That's the next one. I don't know this song very well.
What song?
Yeah, so maybe we can do the podcast tomorrow night, and then that way we'll have time for everything.
It gives me time to like write some stuff for it too.
Yeah.
Because I'm not at all prepared.
Have you guys had any more thoughts about what you want to talk about on the podcast since our little brainstorm session?
I mean, yeah, but it's very like fluid. It's like things I think of in the moment that are really.
I'm not going to participate unless it's structured and scripted. I've actually written out most of my answers already.
All right, you want to write out the questions then?
Yeah, I'll write out your questions too. Ethan, how'd you get so smart?
I took
Hard work.
modafinil.
All right, you write the questions. I'll write the answers.
Hard work, perseverance, and a little bit of love from my family.
Which is what he calls out.
A little bit of love. And no more.
And my family
Just a little bit.
My family is the ones who give me Adderall. And the hard work is from the Adderall, and the perseverance is me working even though I don't have Adderall, and then deciding, I need Adderall.
And then persevering in the quest to obtain it. Oh, and you're
Melody.
Did you take a nicotine pill or anything?
No.
I did. And I feel like $1 million.
I feel like $20.
I feel like a nicotine pill might make me feel bad.
No,
Because
no.
I don't really like any other forms of nicotine really aren't appealing to me. Like if I'm going through withdrawal from this, I don't want to put a patch in or put a snooze in or smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
Like it's just like I want this. So I think it's more of a psychological thing
Oh,
to this
definitely. Yeah,
than
like-
it is like the physical addiction to nicotine that gets me.
Yeah, 100%.
And so I don't know if I would want a nicotine pill.
Well, it's just like if you don't have it, like you're still gonna want it and all that, but you're just not gonna be as crappy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna make you not want to vape anymore. It's just gonna smooth over that. Just
Michael, have you decided what you're going to do for this month's vlog?
I have a couple videos that I could make. They're all on the computer, but I could shoot something new as well. Maybe I'd make something more creative, give someone a little special. Make a song about Ethan having big balls, fat balls, big fat balls.
Thank you.
Hey Brian,
Michael, I was telling you about the Clover machine, right?
Clover machine?
The special machine that they use like to make really good coffee here. Mm-hmm. I feel like I was at the coffee place where they they grind it up, dump it in, do like a French press kind of thing, and then like
pour
like
over?
espresso. It's like a pour over, but so you know how espresso, what they do is you shoot steam through. So it's a pour over, and they mix it and soak it like a French press.
Okay.
And then they suck the water like through it, so
Okay.
almost like espresso. It's really, really good.
Hey, how are you?
Are these for the Clover machine or? Yes. I'll have the Hawaii.
Simon, when do you think we'll do dinner? When do you think we'll do dinner?
When?
Yeah.
Like 5:45. kind of dope.
Michael?
Really good service that whole time.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll go separate. No, it's
Get one
good.
of the clever ones. Let me treat you.
Are you gonna do that?
I'm gonna get the cold brew.
Is it a tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Oh, that's good. I'm good.
You want tea? I got you.
All right, I'll just do a small like chai tea.
Chai tea latte, hot or ice?
Let's do hot, please.
Hot? Okay.
The latte or just tea?
Is it the tea and latte? Are those different?
I'm sorry?
Is there like just a chai tea or is
Yeah,
it?
not the latte.
So you mean the tea bag one?
Yes.
Do you mean the tea bag?
Sure, yeah, let's do that one. Yeah, thank you.
And that doesn't have any milk. Do you want to add milk to it?
That's okay. We can go no milk.
Ethan?
I'm
So
good.
you want to
You've
just
treated
do
me
the
well
milk
enough.
chai, right?
Don't worry, I'll take
Is it
advantage of
grande,
your
was it?
generosity.
What's up?
What size was it?
It's like the smallest one.
Small one?
Yeah.
So chai and for you? Or
I'll order in separate.
Okay.
Make it up.
whatever need.
Brian?
950.
I wanted really badly to, I just remember she asked me my name. I wanted you to walk into Simon's house and then he pretend that he's me. And then
Oh,
try to,
yeah,
like-
yeah.
yeah, we're going to try to pull like a weird catfish move.
I get it.
He said you already followed him on Instagram. So
Yeah. It would have been a little bit disassociative, but I think you could have pulled it off still.
Would have been fun.
Yeah.
It might have been weird to be the first thing that we do.
It
Like if we convinced you for like 2 days, and then like 2 days in we were like, yeah, by the way.
It was funny meeting both you guys separate. Like,
Yeah.
I thought both of you have funny personalities.
Yeah, I guess you got to spend time with Simon without me, and then me without Simon.
Yeah,
that
it's
was
cool.
Very, yeah. Very cool. That's it.
Oh no, Michael.
Your
I'm gonna live
Thank
really
you.
close to Starbucks.
Thank you. Thanks, Simon.
So this is the machine. They put it in there, and then they fill it up with the hot water, and you'll see it gets like really crazy when they take it out.
So, is this something that they're only doing in, like, Jersey, or?
No, they have them. It's just a random Starbucks. Like some of them don't have it. Some
Oh,
of them
okay,
do.
okay, cool.
Makes it really like a lot creamier. So,
Nice.
How many you want?
I'll try a sip of yours.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what the hell it's doing now.
It's breathing.
I think this is my favorite coffee.
Crazy.
That's so weird. And I bet they scrape that off, right? It's like,
Yeah, it goes into there. And
that's
like a garbage
nuts.
thing. I think you can buy these things too. I think they're like $5,000 now.
Wow.
Something crazy like that.
That's so cool.
What's the deal?
I'm just looking at this fancy coffee machine.
People love making coffee in crazy ways.
I know, right? It's. I mean, I guess I'm like kind of one of them, but like, regular coffee's fine too.
Yeah.
Thank you very
I
much.
think it's cool.
What's it do? It runs water on top of the ground.
It's like a French press essentially. So you like soak it with the grounds, and then it's like espresso. It sits through the bottom. And it just makes it really like. I don't know if it's strong, but it's like creamier and.
Remember that vlog clip where I dropped the Starbucks coffee down the little hill by the river in Oregon?
Yeah, I do.
That's insane. That actually stood up to that test.
Yeah. Dude, those are such funny videos.
They are. They're awesome.
It's very zeitgeist.
Dude, you know what we could do?
Yeah.
Instead of a monthly vlog, we could shoot some YouTube star millionaire style videos, like 3 or 4. It's probably, is it less time than a vlog?
I couldn't do those anymore.
Really?
The whole basis of this video is not caring about anything. Just being a funky, goofy character.
That's true. One time, Michael and I,
meat platters. Choosing 4 meats for
You ordering some meat?
at the place we're going, yeah. So it's
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hell yeah. I've been meaning to try some of that type of food.
Mexican. Is that horrible that we're bringing it to Texas?
We'll be able to tell you if it's good.
Alright, yeah, because this is like award winning in the state.
Cool.
So we'll see.
It's like trash.
And it's like gonna be horrible probably.
Nah, I've had real bad barbecue in Texas, so.
now you're gonna have real bad barbecue.
honestly, sometimes I don't like really good barbecue. I don't think I'm a good judge of the difference.
There's also just good Mexican food there too.
Yeah,
If
there's
you're not
other-
into the barbecue scene.
There's like they like
I'll probably get like a burrito or something.
they like other more normal foods. That's the one.
Where do you think the best place you've ever lived for food is, Michael?
For food?
Yeah. Like if you were to go out to eat, where do you get the best food? I guess not live. You can visit there too.
Yeah, this is the best for sure. Dude, the bow, if I got nothing else and I only had that bow, it would already be the #1 place for food. That's it. That was stupid, dude. That was like there should be a riot at other bow
That one
places.
meal we had in Thailand, that weird place in Chiang Mai.
Which place?
I never stop thinking about it when I think of good food. It was like we did that long walk around Chiang Mai our first day there, and we ended up going to this like super empty place. We had,
Chinese
like, a
place?
private room. No, it wasn't Chinese. It was Thai. We got like Thai curry there. I got Thai curry. We were sitting at this big long table, and there were
Yeah.
like 5 of us.
But they will actually, yeah. They just
Me, you, it's DeBo, and that girl.
I'm not sure I remember that restaurant. Hey, good. How are you?
Good. Ready for you.
I'll do one of the bacon and Gruyere egg bite things, please.
Sure. Anything else?
That's good.
All right. It's gonna be $4.74.
I'd slap you.
Good.
Did that hurt with the backside?
Really strong. I think it's 425 with astigmatism.
Did it hurt on your cheek
Oh,
with
these
this?
aren't too bad. These really aren't too bad. Oh, I can't see anything far away, but like up close it fixes things. Did it hurt what?
Your face with the Velcro part?
No. You should try it, see if it hurts your face.
Yeah, I did.
Try putting a lot of pressure on it, rubbing it down. Oh yeah, I'm also watching that. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's probably
This is astigmatism on my right eye.
your left eye?
Yeah.
Your left eye actually feels pretty on point for me. This is like the more clear eye.
Yeah, like check it. Like So this is my prescription from 2 years ago, right? And then nothing changed except the statistics.
Just like all the places that like
one eye.
do like dumping
And I
stuff
went
on the
up a
pouch.
bunch.
Right.
And like when he
I don't even know what the
adjusted
point. Like,
it's ridiculous.
there really wouldn't be a point to me eating that. About
you
that
look really
besides
nerdy.
that.
A lot more nerdy than these.
Do you like these, Brian? Glasses.
I don't think you're good.
Do you honestly think the circular frame fits my face? You probably only ever see me in these.
Sorry.
Here, we can compare these two.
Time first.
Because these are similar to, like, kind of the same shape as what I used to wear. These are a little small on my face, but that and then this.
Either way.
Yeah, I think you can.
These ones are definitely
I think
cooler.
that- Not that those are like I think almost anyone could wear those, but those would be specific.
I love these glasses.
Yeah, they're good.
You guys tell me what you think of them on me.
Look at Harry Potter.
Look like a nerd.
Look at Harry Potter.
Screw you guys. I don't like you, but I want to take a picture of myself so I can see it. Can you put this on for a second, Ethan?
Oh, you look like a professor, 100%.
Dude, you look like actually someone right now.
It actually kind of works.
I gotta get glasses.
You have to get glasses soon?
Sit down.
Those work.
That actually doesn't look bad on you.
Again, I think those fit everyone though. Fine, I think.
I think those glasses fit Michael better than the Clark Kent type ones I used to wear. And
These ones give me really good vision. If I wanted to see nothing, and just color splotches,
imagine if that's what life was like.
that would suck.
These are the other ones. So
But at least you don't have student debt.
When I was,
I had these two recently, and
I'm gonna put these
I don't
back
know
on.
how I feel about them. I've never worn them out. Those are the ones I was trying to find when I went to New York.
those are cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Those are a little more trendy.
Those are cool.
yeah, I never wear them though.
Michael looks 10 years older with glasses.
I don't think the glasses really changed my appearance too much.
I think they do. I think
Yeah?
they rein your crazy eyes in a little bit.
They definitely do that.
Well, if anything, the crazy eyes is why those kind of glasses work.
Yeah, probably. I honestly, I don't even think I would have noticed anything about the eyes if it wasn't like already a thing.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. My mom's are worse than yours. Like her eyes are like, it looks like her eyes are always open wide and like Whoopi Goldberg.
Well, she's like actually killed though.
What? Is killed?
She's killed. She's actually killed.
She's a murderer. She has killed people.
She's a murderer. She's got killer eyes. Now that I've explained, it's not even funny anymore.
I thought you were trying to say something. I thought I misheard you. But my mom doesn't look like a serial killer. She just looks like a hardcore like Catholic or something. Like she just looks like she's gonna tell you about God. Like,
Is she?
gonna tell you about God?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not. I doubt it. My parents don't believe in God. I don't think.
Do you relate to either of your parents well? More so than the other?
Just like a neither kind of, I guess, really.
Michael, who do you relate to more if you were like to talk about
My
issues? Really?
Well, actually, which issues, I guess. I have a similar, like, base state to my dad, but, like, my mom has more closer, like, social understandings of some things.
Yeah. How about you, Simon?
Probably my mom.
Your mom?
Is your, do both your parents have, like, people they're seeing or married to?
My mom's married, dad's not. But he like lives with her. They've been together for a few years now.
Do you like your parents?
Yeah, I do. I like my stepdad a lot. He's great. He's very much like good for her. Like she kind of dated a bunch of people that I didn't like at all initially. And whether or not that was like the sting of like the divorce still affecting me or not, like didn't like them. But he's like so like a perfect compliment to her. Like kind of crazy personality, not like crazy personality, but like goofy personality. He's a good compliment to that.
Brian, you kind of remind me of my stepdad, but like with less like wear and
Abuse?
tear on the brain.
Oh, okay.
Because my stepdad was like a very bad alcoholic and into like a bunch of drugs in like a bad crime-ridden city for like a good portion
Brian
of
did
his
all that
adulthood.
in a suburb, yeah.
Until he was your age, pretty much, like the entire time, or until older than your age, actually.
I gotta get me some of those too.
You want to try some?
I've had them before.
Yo, Brian. Brian, you can have one of mine if you want. Just an appetizer. Good, take it. Take it. Oh, you kind of want two. I thought you meant you kind of want to.
I kind of want to.
Yeah.
What are those things? Like egg something? No, I'm good.
Yeah, it's like egg and cheese and bacon, but it's a good combo.
I feel like my face is always in this when I'm wearing it. How do I
tell if it's because you're like this or because that's better?
I could try and sit like this.
No, just be normal.
Like
it won't be it now.
You're gonna let me wear
It's
that
just
at some
you-
point before you leave?
Yeah, you want to try it on?
Not right now, but later.
At the skate park, you can wear it. Become like this.
Oh yeah, if we do that, hopefully we can do that. I don't know when we're gonna do that though.
I'm not going to be able to use the glide cam for the skate park because I don't have the right weights with me.
Actually, the skate park could work. I mean, if we leave with Brian tomorrow, because he has to leave for work, and if we've had our fill or whatever and we're good to go, then we'll have time for the skate park tomorrow. Otherwise, I don't know what we'll do.
Skate videos are way cooler shaky anyways.
Yeah, handheld's the way to go.
We could do Tuesday potentially if you guys don't leave too early.
Is that the 24th?
Yeah.
Damn, we have to leave.
I'm having a lot of fun here.
I know, I'm having fun too, not going to work. I'm fucking chilling.
It's actually driving me kind of crazy.
Is it really?
Yeah, I really don't like it. I can't, when I have, my schedule in general is like I work doubles on weekends and then I work every other night. When I say every other, I mean every night. So like I wake up, I go on a hike, like maybe I'll take a shower, maybe I have time to do some reading or podcast editing, and then I go to work, and then after work like I can fuck around or whatever and hang out and watch TV, whatever, stuff like that. But when I have a day off, I don't, like, because I have all that time, I don't do the good that, like, sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I'll wait, I'll go on a hike later, I'll edit the podcast at 7, I'll do, like, and then I don't get anything done, and I feel, I get, like, I have trouble sleeping, I get, like, more anxious, like, I need to be, like, constantly active, and it's, other than this, like, literally in the last 3 months, I've had 2 days off.
Yeah.
And then now this is the first time I've had this much time off, and it drives me crazy. I mean, luckily we've had, like, we went to the city, like, we've been doing stuff. It's not like, if it's just sitting around, like, playing video games, like, which we've done plenty of too, and that's fun also, but if it's only that's when I go crazy.
I feel that.
I would have liked to do more reading this week, you know, whatever.
Honestly, the 2 months I spent where I was like, you guys probably started watching when I was like grumpy in my room a lot, like doing a lot of homework. That's probably when you guys started watching. Those 2 months flew by for me.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean,
It feels good sometimes.
I feel opposite of what Brian just said. Like, this is like, I
love chilling.
It feels good sometimes, but if like the way I was working and like the way I was eating and sleeping made it so like I wasn't doing anything as well as I otherwise would have.
I mean, that's the most, everything trickles down from there. Like, if I have to be sleeping right and eating right, and then everything else is fine. But if those things are messed up, then that's, everything's fine. Like, when I used to cheat, like, maybe, like, once or twice a month for, like, a weekend, and it was, like, for a whole week, I'd be just stupid and, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel that.
And now, I really, like, don't cheat anymore, ever, almost. It's making me feel bad.
With your diet?
I'm trying to show we can come right over.
I'll try your coffee.
Oh, fine. I'm good temperature now.
You want to go?
No, I'm just going to the bathroom.
Okay.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
It's good. Hold on, there's a kid coming. I gotta wait.
I can't tell the difference.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, you don't have to
I think I have like an unusually sensitive palate. Like I'm really good at tasting food and telling you what's in it and like things like that.
Nice.
So I think that's why I like this.
Dude, this backpack actually would really encourage me to sit up straight more.
Zoom.
What if you live streamed your entire life, but you use snap zooms the entire time?
What if I just did that with my face?
We should draw a picture of Michael, like in pencil, and hang it off the front, like here, or a picture of you, and hang it off the front, and then just leave the backpack. Like put it on like one of those things that rocks babies, so it just seem like you're walking around looking at Ethan the whole time, like a Woody Woodpecker, or like a what's the guy's name in Roadrunner? The other guy.
Which one?
Wile E. Coyote.
Okay, yeah.
You build like the fake.
You know what that point really reminded me of, Michael?
Yeah.
That point that you just made, for some reason, reminded me exactly of the Doritos or microchips thing.
Which point?
So, like, what if we drew a picture of Ethan and rocked it back and forth, and, like, it looked like he was walking? One time, I think it was me and Steven and one other person.
Corey, Sarah, Chelsea.
Yeah, so a group of us. But me and Michael's brother we were smoking weed, right? Yeah, we were smoking weed, and so was these other people with us, and Michael started bringing up how Doritos are microchips.
Me?
Like, was it you?
No, you guys brought it up because I was like, man, high people are so annoying.
Oh, yeah.
bunch of
That's the story.
nonsense.
And then Steven and I went on for like 20 minutes about how Doritos are microchips, but we both understood like that we were doing this just to like annoy Michael. Yeah. And Michael was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And it was really entertaining for me and Steven.
The best part was that there was a bunch of Life cereal, and I ate all of it, and then they put the box back, and then you got the box, and you're like, I have the Life cereal box, and there's no cereal in it. You're so mad. And then I woke up the next day so hungover and blue balled that I thought I was going to throw up.
Have you ever gotten blue balled so bad that it hurts to walk?
No. There was like a girl there, but
Have you ever gotten so bad where it's like hard to walk?
yeah, that
Yeah,
was
it's
me.
horrible. That night
Dude,
or
I
that
woke
day?
up the next day and I couldn't tell if I was in more pain because of my hangover or my blue balls.
Did I ever tell you about my first week in Norway? I spent the whole week blue balled. And I was like, I felt too bad to take care of it while Davy was at school. So I would just waddle around her house all sad.
Why?
I just felt like it wasn't the right thing to do. So I would like waddle around, and it got worse every single day.
Because to be cheating on her?
No, not that. I just like
No, that part was great.
she told me she was really like particular about like having a clean bathroom, and I just had this fear of like
Making too much of a mess?
yeah, and so
Everywhere.
and so I would walk around like, Michael, can you wear this?
Yeah. I don't know. May I? I don't know. Will you?
But I walked around like this for the whole week. I'd be like,
And she was like, man, I'm not going to have sex with this guy. He walks weird.
no, she was like,
She was like, I just want to make out with him and touch him a
she's
little
like, are
bit.
you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And she was like, you know, the thing. I'm like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, but don't worry about it. Like, it's totally fine.
What thing?
Like, she just, they didn't want to have sex like that.
Because she was afraid you had STDs,
No, because like,
which you do.
when I moved out there, like, we were like, we don't know if this is gonna work. This is like a gamble for both of us. Like, but I already want to. As of right now, like, we're kind of. We'll see how this goes. No expectations.
We'll see how this goes. No expectations.
Exactly.
That's what you sounded like when you just said that.
I know.
It also aligns you.
Does a good impersonation.
I don't know why you put your drink on that side, but I'm in.
Because I have long arms.
So do I.
No, you don't.
Son of a bitch,
All right, so someone comes up to you and they say, "Listen, I'm going to give you $1,000."
I pooped my pants immediately.
All right, now I have a real question for you though. Would you rather take $100 every day for the rest of your life, or $1 million right now?
$1 million right now. What?
Yeah.
you take the million, you invest it in just a regular REIT, and then you live off the interest for the rest of your life. I mean, you can't actually do that, but of course. But you would make more than $100 a day.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Dude, I would 100% take $100 every day for the rest of my life.
$100 a day for the rest of your life is just like a 40 grand a year job for the rest of your life.
That's pretty good.
50, yeah, sure.
Which is
a million you could definitely turn into.
Wait, $100 every day is $3,000 or $36,500.
Right. No. It's 49,000.
Wait, $100 every day?
Yeah.
How many days are in a year? 490?
Wait, I was doing $700 bucks a week.
I was only doing
times 50 weeks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. I like your way. You got the right answer.
So then you do the math of like how long it would take to get 36,000 up to, or 365,000.
Yeah, you got to say like $500 or like $300 a day.
If I got $1 million right now, I could.
All right, here's a different one.
Okay.
$1 a day, each day, it adds another $1.
So compounds?
Sure, yeah.
Or what?
Or $1 million.
100% $1 in it.
Yeah, that would quickly. I mean, 3 years into it, you're making over $1,000 a day.
Yeah.
3 years into it? Wait a second.
I'm pretty sure I did that
4,
one.
8, 16, 32. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16.
Okay.
Doubling it? It's not doubling.
Oh, it's adding $1. My bad.
All right, I have a better one. This one's going to be very fair. $100,000 a year or $1 million once.
Or $1 million what?
$100,000 a year.
Yep.
100,000 a year.
You do $100,000 a year?
Yeah. I mean, unless I had something that.
Because it's more about. The question is really more about. Do you want all the money now so you can do something crazy, or do you want money forever?
I want all the money now so I can invest it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I would just use that money to like.
Or buy like a lot of
house
ketamine
or something like that.
Yeah.
And,
like a ketamine house.
I want the long one because I feel like my life isn't too bad right now. And if everything were given to me, then I wouldn't have good goals to work towards. Like if I had $1 million, I wouldn't have $46,000 in debt to pay off in the coming years. And like, I would just have money to spend and I wouldn't get to like live the life of working towards things, which I feel like is pretty.
So do you think you'd be unable to separate those? Like if you gave me $1 million right now, I would put $950,000 of it away and not touch the other $50,000 and just use it. Like, you know what I mean? Like
If I had $1 million right now, the first thing I would do is I'd pay off my student debts because unless I'm like very good at investing, almost anything I would invest in would make me less money than the interest I would pay on my student debts.
Look how many people are watching the stream right now.
That's definitely not true.
Wait, are you serious?
I'm famous.
Make more than $300 a month.
What's that?
You think you couldn't make more than $300 a month investing $1 million?
I'm just talking about percentage-wise. I'm going to pay 15% interest. Right. And making 15% on investments is a very, very good amount.
No, but we're talking about making 1% of $1 million is still more than 15% of 46,000.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So it doesn't have to be the same rate of growth.
All right, how about this? I got to get one for you. This one's going to be hot, so be ready.
2 cans of food.
All right.
Person, you can't see a little.
$25,000 at the beginning of every year, no strings attached, or
You do have to do fear factor though.
or $1 million, but you've got to spend it all in 1 year, and you can't buy
Sell any of the things.
yeah, no investing essentially.
Wow, that's actually tough. That's like a yes theory video, like at the max.
I got $1 million in a year.
What's
Yeah.
stopping you? Like what things do you want to do that you? I'm like.
It would just
that
be
you
like
wouldn't be able to do with $25,000.
it would just be like you would just live like a rich life for a year. You would have one long vacation if you wanted that. And just
Can I
do
give
it.
the money away? Can I give portions of it away to people?
Yeah, but then it goes away.
I feel like
after
if it's a
gone.
1 year, like, do whatever you want, and you can't, nothing stays with you, and you lose everything you've done, it has to be more than $1 million. It has to be like unlimited money.
So like,
Okay.
let's say I give the money.
I see
Like
that.
I travel the world.
You get burned through that
Yeah,
very
if I
quickly.
can take private jets and
I don't know.
stay at the nicest penthouses, then that's different.
$1 million
signed up for that.
$1 million in a year is a lot spent.
Yeah, but no, dude, no. If I wanted to take 5 of my homies over to Dubai,
Okay.
and stay in a penthouse,
I see what you're saying.
5 homies, stay at the penthouse.
5 homeowners.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do it. And you know, hire like an entire group of prostitutes to have sex with each other. You know, like where that's not even. not even
Where's that
possible.
joke from? Homeowners?
That is something.
That's Theo Vaughn.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
is
funny.
it?
Yeah, he calls
I thought that was our thing.
he calls gay people homeowners. It's pretty funny. I told you that when I said it. Yeah, this guy today, he's like from the south. He's like, man, I don't like it in LA. Like, take care of my gun and stuff. He's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you can just throw a bullet really hard though.
Are we gonna do spray paint tomorrow?
I think we have to.
I don't think we can spray paint my hair.
Austin might have spray paint.
We might have to get like a cap or something.
Okay.
What's the goal here?
Make Ethan
I
silver.
lost a pull-up competition to Michael, so he gets to spray paint me silver.
Your whole body?
Yeah, I think. So
Blue
it would
man.
suck. It would suck if I were shirtless in Times Square.
Yeah,
That would really hurt. And so
you probably get tips though.
I think
That's the point. Yeah. Ethan's gonna make a lot of money.
I don't know if I'm allowed to solicit for money without a permit.
Definitely not.
Simon was saying there are some parts you might be able to get away with it.
But if people offer you money, then you know.
Did I say that?
Like maybe there's not as much enforcement in some spots.
I mean, you can do it, and all that's going to happen is the cop's going to come to you and say, "Yo, you can't do that here," and then you don't do it anymore.
Boom. Done. You put out your fur
So
hat.
the plan is to spray paint me and have me hoverboard, right?
That'd be very fun.
Because if a cop's like you can't be here, I can just be like, okay, and I can hoverboard off.
Yeah, hoverboard to a different block.
You got to make the noises too, when.
Being a cop in New York would be insane.
I mean, there's one aspect of it where it's kind of nice, where like you can watch people doing minor crimes and not have to like it's not an antagonistic thing, you know,
Yeah.
like where like if you jaywalk here, like it's not like they're not gonna pull you over, but like they might, you know. But in the city, at least you can see a cop and not like immediately get nervous that you're about to have
that's
your
true.
life over, unless you're black. Yes.
You know, you guys jaywalked right in front of a cop that was getting out of his car the other day, and I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
I've never seen anyone get ticketed for jaywalking.
Yeah,
in the city.
I don't think that's a real crime. Honestly, I think that's a make believe.
Dude, this is cool.
Dude,
These
people,
birds are flying
people
in
used
like
to
that
give out.
perfect
There was
shape.
cops that would give out tickets to cyclists that would go through the lights once the hand had started flashing with the countdown in LA, like on our university corner or whatever.
Well, LA has
Ridiculous.
More problems.
Well, aren't
as
they?
far as-
They're insane with the whole like jaywalking thing in LA, right?
I guess so.
Yeah,
I don't know much about it.
Well, the roads are very different. I mean, they go a lot fast. Like the speed limit in Manhattan, I think is like
Roads in LA
25
go like this.
across like. Yeah. But in LA, there's like
The speed limit on the 101 in LA is like 20, 15, but you're only allowed to go it for like 20 meters, and then you have to take a break.
for safety.
It's a traffic joke.
Look at that tree is like. Yeah,
Missing a lot of jokes today.
Is this the way you normally go? Yes. Is it faster?
I just don't like. There's no reason to like have to deal with all the weird merging on 22.
Yeah, you're right.
Dude, I really like suburbias more than cities and more than country. It's probably because that's where I was raised, but suburbias are just comforting to me.
It also feels
more manageable. Like it feels like you can wrap your head around this kind of thing, as opposed to the city where it's like you have no idea what the fuck is going on. Like whenever I'm walking the city, I'm always looking at buildings and being like, so there's 6,000 people in there right now, and I have no idea. Like somebody's probably beating the hell out of their kid, and somebody's probably like writing a book, and somebody's like, you know, that it's like really hard for me to wrap my head around.
The last time I smoked weed, I was a freshman. And was it the last time? I'm not entirely sure. No, it wasn't because of my mom's. But one of the times I smoked weed recently, because I do not do it very often, I was at my friend's house and he's like, yeah, my weed's super high in CBD, like, because I have back pain. He's like, it'll help you sleep and it'll help your back pain. And I'm like, yeah, I'll smoke some with you. Like, it's worth a try. And I was staying in these dormitories. And I was on this couch after we got back, and he was playing this Mario game I didn't understand, and I was so high, like so extremely high. And then I was laying there, and the Mario game had like weird tentacle creatures in it, and I started thinking about like all of the small cells that people are inhabiting around me. And like there were so many of them, and it made me so anxious, and I was like, and I didn't go to sleep for like 6 hours. I just laid there terrified of like the honeycomb I was in.
That sounds like a beautiful experience.
I hate being high. It's just so much anxiety for me. I get social anxiety, something I never get when I'm sober, when I'm high, and it's like severe.
I think that you like when you get high, it makes it really hard. Like you tell yourself a lot of lies every day, and you like allow yourself to do a lot of things. I mean, basically, like when you get high, it kind of like sets your mind off the default mode network and lets you like kind of re-experience things. Like you walk past a million trees and you don't notice, but you might get high and walk past a tree and be like, what the fuck, like this thing just grew out of the ground, like what are you doing here, you know?
I think different people have different experiences too.
Definitely, but sometimes people have like tell themselves a story about who they are, and then they get high and that starts to fall away a little bit, and that causes people to fucking panic and lose their mind. But you kind of get used to it, and yeah.
I think generally, I also used to be really, really conscious of like people's social cues around me, like their body language and stuff. Not as much anymore. I just like, it doesn't matter as much. People's approval doesn't matter as much. It still does, but and I would always like be aware of it and understand the situation. And I think when I got high, that amplified to a point where I was like very self-critical. Like they just like moved in this way, and my brain recognized it. And I'm like, what have I done to make them do that? Like,
Right, well, I mean, but that's like, again, like you can see the people doing all those things regularly, and it kind of just like, you don't even think about it, you're just like making conclusions, but when you get high, it forces you to be like, wait, why is it? It like forces you to be more introspective and analyze those things.
Or freak out in an airport in San Francisco.
Those are edibles, that's different.
Edibles and smoking, actually, like the bad side effects that people describe of edibles are like generally in line with how I feel when I smoke. And then when I take edibles, it's like just way worse.
Yeah, edibles, when you smoke weed, there's a finite amount of high you can get. When you eat weed, there's no limit. It will get more and more and more, and that's problematic.
I should tell them the rug story. I'll tell you during the podcast.
Dude, that'd be good for a Stanley and Branley one. That's a fire story.
Shit. Yeah, I'll save that for when I'm a guest on Stanley and Branley.
You know, we will call you often.
I mean,
Threaten me with calling me?
did I? Yeah.
You know what I'm going to be doing the next 3 months? I'm going to be working 5 hours, 4 nights a week.
Ethan, have you found out something yet that's going to ruin that plan?
No.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting a couple
minutes. The lease, and there's a dog deposit, which means dogs are allowed.
For someone whose like life's plan kind of fell apart, you're doing this very well. I would be in a fucking ball right now.
Yeah. My life plan falls apart like once a month.
Yeah, that probably helps. If you want to, like with Discord and stuff, we can just chat in general and record. I like recording conversation.
Yeah,
in general.
Cool. One of the this year, I don't know why I started with one of these. This year,
one of the years that was taking place on this, apparently.
In 2019.
Yeah.
This year, I went from, like at the beginning of the year, I was like, okay, I'm going to do this 10-day trip to Vietnam, then I'm going to graduate this spring, and I'm going to get a job.
Are you Austin?
Yeah, how's it going?
Hell yeah. I'm Michael. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Dr. Dopp.
It's not as perfect as I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah. I'm Michael.
I'm Lindsay. Nice
Lindsay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
That's so tight.
I'm Ethan. Nice to meet you.
And now we're gonna see the
Oh, this
Michael
is
just
so
stand in
weird.
front of the TV.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I want to see this. This will be fun.
The audio feedback will probably get bad, but it takes like 45 to 150 seconds to get a real deep loop. You have to be very
But
still.
we already got one building up right now, right? Like,
A little bit. I mean, it started, but it will end as soon as I leave, so we'll only go to that stage. You know?
It's so weird.
oh, this is horrifying. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A little bit. I mean, it started. And as soon as I leave, so
Holy
Oh
shit.
my god. This is impressive. Somebody kill me now so it can't go downhill.
We could just meet each other over and over and over again.
That's all I ever wanted.
Oh, no, turn back.
Oops.
Here we go.
Yeah.
1 second of my stupid face.
Will that make it all go away though?
That is so crazy.
Well, I mean, once I move, then like this image is gonna move.
Right. But when
See,
you look
like,
back,
it's gone.
is it gonna...
It'll still be there, but you know.
Oh, and then that's gonna do
Right.
a glitch in the next one.
Right,
See,
right.
there's the fourth one.
Pretty soon I start malfunctioning as a person, and I shut down.
Wow, that was great.
You guys like to watch me a lot?
I tune in every once in a while.
That's awesome.
I just thought it was funny because we could like track how soon till you.
That's really funny.
That's what I've been doing. Like,
It was for our mental.
I wake up and I go on a walk and I just pull up the YouTube every like 15 minutes and see when he gets out of bed, so I can head back. Go home.
Dude,
It's weird, but it's like it's kind of nice.
Dude, this couch is comfortable.
I was hoping that your house would be full of musical instruments.
Public
Yeah,
access.
there's a couple.
Look at the Michael Gerry like complete autocomplete fart poop bathroom.
That's what he's been searching, right?
That's me. Yeah.
Are you Dr. Doppler?
Yeah. That's me.
I've heard a little bit of your
He's
musical
just a collector.
progression,
He likes all the cassettes.
Oh, he's trying so early.
but I haven't heard like a lot of the earlier stuff. I've just heard the samples.
Yeah, there's Simon's actually just sent me a bunch of my old crap that I didn't have.
I actually heard I heard this one song you did.
That
with,
LP4 was fire.
Once Upon a Time, or like in January 2019. Your vocals sounded really good on that one.
He's talking about the podcast intro.
Oh, alright, I got you. That's right.
You have a beautiful voice.
Oh, thanks. I think that was actually Brian's voice. I sampled Brian's voice.
Can you tell me a little bit about like some of the pieces in your setup here? Looks extraordinarily unique and really beautiful.
Alright, so we can take some records. I have some records over here.
Okay.
And I don't know what's on this one. I got this yesterday. Didn't get a chance to go through it. Here, wait. So I can go that way, or I can use this 50.